Yeah. I'm Chris from Airwindows. It is Thanksgiving, and for me that basically means just doing a stream as I usually do. And I'm going to fool around with the Godot engine today, because it's been an interesting day. I've been up for quite a while, and I have been busy, as busy as I could be. There we go. So let me bring you up to speed on that. And by that I mean anybody watching this later, because it's Thanksgiving Day. People are typically not going to be watching a live stream, and you know what? That's fine. You don't have to. But this, and somebody showed up anyway. But this is what I've got. So we're going to be fooling around with Godot, and I'm going to keep the fire going. I certainly struggled enough getting firewood inside yesterday, but that worked out pretty well. And yeah, I am going to get started with that and kind of jump right in, I guess. And I will be looking at Counterpart for this one. But yeah, the idea here is I was up real early. Like I was up at 2, and I didn't go to sleep. I just kept going and did a whole bunch of coding stuff. Successfully got some of my reverb things updated nicely. In fact, I've even updated my test card for how I evaluate those and readjusted it a little bit. I did a complete rehack of K Woodroom, which isn't out yet, replacing it. And so K Woodroom has been wildly redesigned. The reason for that is I wanted to optimize it the way that I optimized VerbTiny, which is going to get replaced with a identical sounding, but probably more efficient running version of it. And I also found an extra thing that I could do, which was a unneeded logical test that happened lots of times. So I'm probably able to make K Woodroom not only the sound-oriented stuff that I was doing with it. There was a degree of simplifying the roll-offs. But then for the Bezier filtering, I've now got a IIR filter built into it, which is new. I've never tried to do that before. I'm using the same proportion as the actual Bezier thing uses, so that should be interesting. And that replaces the averaging filtering I was using before. So I'm pretty happy with how it was sounding, to the point where I think I might have just made a new step forward in the good quality reverbs, as well as I have another example to throw out of the 4x4 spatial redefining stereo reverbs, similar to K-Tiny. In fact, I've got VerbTiny, and there's going to be one coming out this coming week, which is Verb Thick with 1 C and no K, because these ones aren't K reverbs. And the whole concept of that one was it was going to be dense and more forward sounding. So I ended up inventing a new version of purist saturation for it. Similar approach that gave me TAPAC. But in this case, it is a sign approximation algorithm where every possible thing that I could do was a gain exponent shift that, rather than being the accurate variables for a sign calculation, was instead a shifting of bits, as I like to say on YouTube streams, where they'll think I'm saying a naughty word if I don't say it that way. And I made it, and I applied it to verb thick for the purpose of making the output of the reverb also be a little bit more saturated, a little bit more forward, because the whole idea of that one was that needs to be a cloud of like foggy reverb space that's forward rather than extremely far back in the spatial field. And that works so well that I have a purest saturation coming out where you can play with it in exactly the same format that you have TAPAC, but it doesn't sound the same as TAPAC. TAPAC has this sort of tapey solidity and gutsiness to it. This one, it's kind of arbitrary. I'm not really quite sure how to pin down what the sound of this one does, other than it's clean sounding. It distorts very cleanly. It doesn't thicken up in quite the way that I would expect. And I feel like there is some inclination that the particular experimenting that I was doing did maybe kind of sort of actually work. But that's a whole other thing. So I ended up so tired doing all of that because I started at 2 o'clock in the morning. That means I've been going for about 10 hours. I made breakfast. I had breakfast. I had a cup of coffee. I didn't rush, but I was up very early and I was just cranking away. And I got right up to the point where I was going to use this piece of paper to build the signed versions of the AUs and the VSTs for Mac use and for my own demoing purposes. And I put it off until I had processed the entire set of reverbs I generated overnight, which I think that might have given me some that were half decent. It's a little hard to tell sometimes. And having done that, I completely ran out of steam. So I might as well be playing Tetris at this stage, or arguably Minecraft. That is something that could be done. I could do that. But I've been enjoying doing the Godot stuff because sometimes it's extraordinary how much I get done on stream. And it's also just interesting to share, showing people how you might go about doing something like this, because that is the situation I'm in all the time. And, you know, when I introduce a video, I'm always saying, you can do this. I'd like to be able to demonstrate that. And so if you were going to be doing something like this, here's writer, here's where we got so far. The last we saw a counterpart. It did this. And it's a little hard to see what's going on, and that is because this is a space game, and a lot of these guys are meant to be very far away. So I can fly sort of into the center of them. Spacebar to hit the brakes. I had an idea for an interesting sort of navigation that I could try. And we can see we've got these little dudes going around. They are a little too fast to catch, and that is conceivably a problem. Also, they are all mighty far away. But the whole concept of this game is this is meant to seem like they are in infinite space. So there's stuff I'm going to need to be dealing with around this. And, oh, well, hang on a second. I can go and catch up to a sort of cluster of ones that seem to be of like mind. So they are all slowly moving around in space in a little pack. And that is because we can generate large numbers of these guys. I don't have the firing zaps at them yet. And they don't have much in the way of identity. They're just sort of visual things. So what I wanted to do today maybe was to see if we can. Did I just knock them? I knocked that one silly. It's going to be converging with the other ones eventually. But what I was thinking was my control system here, maybe that can be, rather than WASD, I can have it be QUIZD, meaning forward or backwards or W or S, and then Q, E, A, and D can be sort of diagonal motions, meaning if you moved, here, let's, they're all so far away that it's a little bit frustrating. In fact, I could very well think of something better to do with this. For instance, let's make everything be much denser, just all of a sudden, for no particular reason, and see what it's like if everything was within a 0 to 255 box. That's going to make it a lot more interesting to look at, considering that we do not actually have a anything much going on in here. And so there's the 255 box. If I do that with this one as well, it will follow the same thing. Only reason it's a 255 box is because it is using the brain and the RGB values of each pixel to go to a spot, and the spot is dictated by that. So having just changed that, let's see now what we have without changing anything else. And there, now everything is much denser and closer. And if I fly through here, I can get going at a rapid clip. Head towards the center. And then once I go up past the outside edge, all of a sudden, I am teleporting back to the opposite side of the box. I can build up a lot of speed doing that. And this is just me going through the box over and over and over again. The bots in here are trying to go to a spot in 3D space. Like, for instance, these guys are trying to hang out at a spot in 3D space, and they are also kind of appearing and disappearing because they are very close to the edge of the box. So that means I will end up having some yellow ones that are hustling to rejoin this position. See, now those two have now also vanished. So they're going to teleport to the opposite extreme. And then they will start heading in. There's now only one of them left. So if I go through, here's where those came out. And much like this guy, they're going to be heading towards that ultimate position. And ones that don't have such an intense color, or actually this one's going to be going all over the place because this has a very intense color. The color determines where it tries to go. So one of the things that I wanted to do with these is figure out how to make them synchronize. So there's a number of things to play with here. And I'm going to play with these things until it is 4 o'clock when it's time to thaw out cheese for my tacos. No, I don't get to have turkey, but I do get to have tacos. And tacos is better than turkey anyway. And then at 5 o'clock, I'm going to have my tacos and probably not even extend it unreasonably to a super long duration. I'll probably just be doing that. But there were a number of things I was thinking about doing. Here's one. Collision shape for a sphere is very easy. That is about the simplest collision shape you can have. It's if something is within, oh, and look at this, we've got an interesting little detail here. The collider has to do with the radius. Hey, Vinegar Jim. I'm going to have tacos. I always have tacos. This is no different than any other day. Actually, I wonder whether one. No, I think that may be too large. I'll tell you what, I can hide this and then I can see that that is actually exactly the same size. Margin does something that I've been doing with these shots. Hey, see a sardine. Watch what this does. Because I'm pretty sure I can predict what you're going to see. I did this using the size of the graphic in the shots. The little sparkly area is much smaller, but this, you can go like this. And it does not actually show it to you. Humph. Well, no matter, we can drop that down. What that's going to be is the additional area outside of this shape where you can still register that it has hit something. So I shouldn't need to do that. Custom solver bias. I'll just leave that. I don't think I need to worry about that. But collision shape 3D is very simple. Indeed, some of the letters from tacos. And apparently none of the letters from coffee. So I don't know what that means. If you don't get to have coffee, I don't see why you have to be thankful. Thing is, Mesh Instance 3D, that is a whole other story. So right now I have got a mesh instance that is generating a very spherical sphere. If you tell it it's hemisphere, actually that is not what I want. But it draws it interestingly. Fancy that. We could, we can have weird little objects. Look at that. It can be a hemisphere. Okay, this might be amusing. Let's see what it does. All we got to do is save that and then run it. Yeah, fair enough. So this should be kind of interesting. There's a lot of them, so it took a while. They are now apparently flying saucers. I do not know whether I will care for that, but you can plainly see we can sort of knock these guys flying, and then they will sort of swivel and move and pivot in an interesting way. Let's see if this one moves interestingly when we knock it flying. Up. And there it was. It got away. Also, they will probably, if they strike each other, they will start bouncing around a little bit too. But yeah, we now have bots that have flat-bottomed areas. I don't know whether this is better or not. It's amusing looking enough, I guess. Biff. So I can pretty easily tell whether I bonked them, because they go flying. There's one. It took off. They are just kind of pivoting. So if I set their rotation according to values coming out of the texture, they will appear to like zip around a little bit as if they're thinking, rather than just be passive. They move, but what I don't have is them doing anything interesting to make it look as if they are having thoughts. And I can make them blink whenever they come up to a new direction, like as they change directions like this. And I can also make them be more or less hyper. All of these things are within the code that we're already working with. Thanksgiving. Yeah, that would do it. C-O-F-F-E-E. Gefeng, apparently. So I'm not sold on having it be a hemisphere. Maybe let's have it, I mean, flying saucers is a half-decent idea. But I do like the spherical form factor. But here's the thing. So I should be able to set a bunch of things if I can set its material and albedo. In particular, I can do stuff with mesh instance that is, well, I can do stuff with rigid body 3D, which is what's happening a fair amount. In fact, let me save this and back to bot. So let's maybe do something amusing. So if physics counter, brain counter operates a certain way, I could have it up. See, here's the thing. Brain R, brain G, and brain B, these are variables that I'm defining just to set a target point. But they don't have to be defined here. I can define them in the overall Ah, fair. Yeah, I made a couple of subwoofers for my studio. I did the Parts Express thing. I got a kit of like particle board pieces to build the enclosure out of, and I got 12-inch woofers, and I got subwoofer modules, and I built them up. Hey, Jonathan. If you're going to go for like building cool subwoofers because it's less expensive than trying to buy them, one cool thing to do, which I love, is dual subwoofers. Just make some sealed box 12-inch subwoofers, perfectly normal, not especially... I used to make them out of cardboard tubes, which is one way of containing pressure, but it wasn't as good as the actual boxes. Do it properly, like the Parts Express kits, and they have internal braces and stuff, so they're actually pretty good. But then you get two of them, and you put one of them underneath each of your speakers and drive them off of the speakers, and you have twice as much subwoofer cone area, and that lets you get down to really low, which anybody who's familiar with these streams is probably familiar with. You've probably heard my subwoofers kicking out. And CS Sardine, I am absolutely making a game in Godot. There's a number of games that I could be making, and this is the one that's on my mind at the moment. Although I'm also thinking in terms of making sure it's warm in here. Let's have Thanksgiving be, if not full of turkey, at least a warm day. I've had this fire going since 2 o'clock in the morning. Honestly, I let it go out to the point that it got marginally chilly in here because I knew I was going to be streaming and I was going to want to do the stream warmth thing. Look at all the sparks. That's amazing. Yeah, so let's do some graphics as well today. Not just these functional things, but as long as we can do cool stuff, maybe let's figure out how to do cool stuff. In particular, I'm wondering whether, like, my zaps could be implemented by a Godot particle system. And that's something to experiment with. So yeah, got that sorted. So I was just talking about this. This being this linear velocity. When it's grayed out like that, that is writer telling me I don't need to have that there. I can simply do that and it'll still work. So if it's that certain about it, then I'm like, okay, that's fine. So, tell you what. We're going to replace. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this is something that you can do in C, and clearly it's also going to let you do it. Well, actually, I don't know. Sometimes the autocomplete tells me to do something, and then it shows up in red and is bad. Let's find out, because in C you can define variables with commas like that, and they will all be floats. They will all have the same definition. So let's see what happens. Looks like you can. And we can start this up in ready with the equivalent once we've defined the thing and then got the data. What we'll be doing is simply duplicating this. Because we can have this run again. needs to be from here. So my point being, if I can do this, and then it will do something else interesting. I'm just going to want this stuff to start up. So here's a thought. So see how there's a new target point? So if physics counter is larger than, that's simply a delay. That is simply a delay. Let's see how well it figures out what I'm after. It figured out what I was after. Okay, now we're running it in this way, and we're referring to physics counter, but it has to be larger than all of those added together. That is going to cause the darker colored ones to be, okay, so I'm thinking maybe brighter colored ones are more animated and darker color ones are not. So watch this. We're going to get different behaviors. And then I'm also going to, I think you could build a good 12-inch sub if you can solder and you can glue particle board together. Go and look up the Parts Express stuff. I used them and I was quite happy with, I was also quite happy with how well the particle board was sort of milled and put together. So my new math here is going to be 256, we'll call it, times 3, 1 for each of the opacities, 768. So we're going to call that, if it's larger than 768, minus this. Now, what's that going to do? That is going to cause these to have different personalities. Darker colored bots are going to tend to be more placid and sedate. Brighter colored bots are going to get real hectic. In fact, we can also do similar things with the linear velocity. Now that's going to get busy real quick. Currently what we've got is linear velocity is plus the direction to where it's going, and then times the distance. So if it's far away, it'll try to hustle, and if not, it won't necessarily try to hustle. But then the linear velocity gets cut way down. Ooh, yeah, I noticed that. In fact, let's see, who was it? Anthony Fantano had a video on that one that I watched. That's going to be interesting to watch. That's like an assault on hip-hop in general. Not sure if I approve of that part, although I am doing everything that I can to give people the ability to make music without samples. And if you think I'm kidding, you know that my stuff lets you get into some of those tonal areas, much like people who do sampling are often sampling like classic soul or funk or whatever, because that gives them grooves that they can't easily get out of just the raw DAW. But what I am making will allow you to get the same grooves out of those things. So let's well, let's see what it does for starters, because what we're going to see here is a different behavior. I do not know whether Fantano has addressed that. I feel like I don't have nearly as many of these as I had before, so that's interesting. What's going on there? I have far fewer of those spots than I expected. Are we getting an error message of some kind? Ah, okay. That was a fatal problem for some of this stuff. Interesting. So what caused that to happen? It's in line 24. Okay. Oh, I better know what's going on there. I forgot to include that line. As soon as we define this, we do have to dial it right back. So a bunch of those failed as a result of that. Is fine. We'll see what we got this time. This time I should have more of them. That doesn't look like more of them to me. Wild. Looks like I only successfully made one of these guys. And it's slowly puttering around. It's going to have very consistent behavior. But that's not interesting. I want to find out what happened. So it's still concerned. And you know, there is another way that I can do this. Let's try this. That didn't actually work very well. But I can start with these being, well, no, I can't, can I? I kind of can. I can start with them being 0. Let's see what we get if we start them as everything starts at simply 0, 0, F. That way, we're not trying to read from the array, so if it is not working properly, it shouldn't be a fatal problem. There. And now we do have persistent variables, and we should be able to apply it. And the very first physics counter is going to be slightly delayed, and that should be completely fine. Let's see what we've got now. I should have my large numbers of guys again. Oh, sure do. Okay, so that was an immediate problem. And they're kind of sitting there waiting to start. But eventually they will, and sure enough they have. So the idea here and they're kind of, I went past the zone. The idea here is to make some of these guys more hectic and some of them less hectic. Now, one thing about this is that the motion I'm getting, it's sudden changes in direction. I was looking for that, but everybody is still a little bit sedate. I might try more in the way of Skybox. There's a number of things I'm looking to do to start off. One of the things is I would like them to synchronize position if they strike each other. So this is a batch of these guys moving about. Ones up here should be changing direction more quickly. I want to see them being really hectic. I am not sure if this quite qualifies. And then if I go down here, I can see where things are gravitating towards the darker colored ones. These are the ones I want to be real sedate if I'm doing it this way. So probably what's going on here is simply that I don't need to make it be my physics counter here is what's determining there's a number of things I got to figure out. But we can at least look at this sort of placid zone. If I go too far to the side, I will phase out of existence. So one thing that I could do just for funsies is make it be a transparent box where you bounce off of the inside walls. Currently you do not. Currently you teleport away, and we're seeing that happen to several of these. So first order of business, let's see if I can make the behavior I was talking about. This is straight up a day for playing with the Godot engine, and so we're going to see what we've got. And I'm trying to think of whether there is something amusing that I could do to get to a smaller number. Remembering, of course, the physics counter, that's what's causing this. So if instead of physics counter being 768 minus this stuff, brain R, brain G, and brain B, these are all going to be to some extent subject to whether the color is intense, whether it be white, whether it be red, blue, green, some combination thereof. The yellows should be kind of fast and jittery. So yeah, talking about physics counter, maybe not being this slow. So we'll do this. Actually, give me a second. I should be able to figure this out. So 256 times 3, that's 768. If I divided that by 8, that gives me 96. So if I made it 97, then we take the sum total of these, then we divide it by 8, and then 97 minus that means that there's usually going to be something happening, but all of these are going to be a little bit more reactive. Also, I can have them accelerate more than a bit by having linear velocity be something. So here's where I'm at with this. I'm still fooling with what we can amusingly call the AI of these bots. And I want them to be acting the way their textures look. So this is a whole matter of figuring out what we're going to get out of these various things. That also means I can do things like linear velocity doesn't have to be times 0.8. We're increasing it at any given phase, but we don't necessarily have to do it in quite that way. So physics counter, that's where we are updating things. If we do not have linear velocity, things are going to get a little busy. Observe. I'm going to show you. This is going to be probably pretty messy. Oh, and they got going a little faster this time. So these came and biffed me in the face. They are now, certain ones are just going to build up infinite speed, and I'm going to tell you why. In fact, I can, actually no, pulling back isn't going to help the slightest bit, because I also teleport to side. So the reason they're hustling so fast is because they're building up speed to go to a spot. Now that spot could be on one edge of the known universe, which is reflecting in a certain way. But if they're moving really fast, they're trying to reach a spot over at the edge, and then they overshoot, they swing past, and they're on the opposite side of the universe again. This causes that to be an incorrect. Oh, some of them are chill. These guys are chill, but the other ones are absolutely not. And the ones that are definitely trying to seek a point on the edge are building up unreasonable amounts of speed. So this is something I'm going to have to solve. This is probably a fine way to do it, is to have them set up to do this and then get them to behave normally. Because now we're no longer slowing anything down. And there's ways of fixing this, but I want to come up with an area where they're kind of trying to orbit one spot rather than teleporting to the other side of the universe and then going as fast as possible towards that spot. So how do we go about that? It might be time to do one of the tweaks I had in mind. So we've got our, actually no, I wanted to do something else too. The whole reason I was going into radio segment and rings was to try to figure out whether I could do level of detail. Because if I can do that, I can fit lots more of these guys in there. And it needs to be level of detail relative to player position. That's the only part that actually matters, is player position. They can be tiny little cubes off in the distance for all the difference it would make. Their collision shape is still going to be the same. So and player is also going to have a similar scenario where I should attach a set of collision shapes. For me, not necessarily a mesh instance, because I am always, the camera is always where I'm at, unless it bounces out of the way so you can see that the counterpart has been found. That's something that the other game has sometimes done. But these other guys need to have instancing. And I can do that manually in a boring and primitive way. So if there are children of this, we could start with just one, maybe. I'm trying to think of whether I can do an array of. Because what I'm thinking of is maybe let's go back to writer again. So target point, this is all within a scope of 255. And we're doing it within a restriction. So we can always know what position we're looking for. That probably means we can do a so what I'm looking for here is as follows. And I don't quite know whether there is a slick way of doing this, but I'm hoping for a slick way of doing this because it's going to make things a lot easier. If we have gone to a sufficiently large distance, it should then try to make target point out of a position that is offset from what the original target point would be. If we can get this working, we can put funny obstacles and things in there. Like I can start trying to make asteroids. They could start out as spheres, but then I can eventually make geometry. My thought was if I make asteroids and the asteroids have geometry, I can set up a situation where you can zap them and break them into smaller asteroids. But then also the bots could get hidden inside them or go exploring the nooks and crevices of the asteroids and whatever if the locations are correct. Also, if the asteroids are large and still rigid bodies, so they have a large amount of inertia, the bots will end up moving them around just by trying to go to places in space. But here's the thing. If your target is 1, 1, 1, and your location is like 255, 255, you should try to go the opposite direction. Ooh, learning to solder is good. You might want to do that. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do if you can learn to solder, I tell you. Checking on the fire. Fire seems to be doing okay. So let's now see what we can do with this. So if I can define target point, hey Jess. So the tricky areas are definitely the areas at the edges, at the boundaries. What that means is if distance 2 is greater than 128, maybe the target point should be the opposite of what it is. The question becomes, how do I implement this? Also, we're assigning brain R, G, and B, and those should be continuous, but maybe I need more temporary variables than that. So instead, and we do have to define variables to do this, but this is more local because we don't actually have to do that much with it. Let's see at what point it figures out what I'm trying to do. Oh, it didn't like me doing that. It's like, no, 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 you don't put that all in one thing. But on the bright side, it figured out what I was trying to do because it was consistent enough. Now let's see what we can do by maybe moving that around a little bit. We do want brain R, G, and B to be persistent because we're doing things with them, like altering how quickly and frequently things move around or don't. I'm still yet to see how that actually works in practice because I don't have this stuff working here. But so let's see. So let's say our position is 254 and we're at 252. That means we want to go positive. But if it's 254 and we are at 1, we actually want to go negative and wrap around. That should apply for every single one of these. Excuse me. And it should be perfectly fine as long as I make it seek correctly. And the center point of 127, 127, 127 is the place from which, no matter where you are, it's always going to want to go towards the center. So let's see what we can do with this. Position is going to matter here. So let's see. Again, our position is going to be the center of our universe is currently 127. We got actual R. The vector 3 is going to be similar to x, y, z. I'm wondering whether I need an absolute value of this, like if it's position x minus brain R. What do we get when we start doing that? because that's going to give me a distance factor, and then its suggested idea of what's supposed to happen is completely insane. So it's lost the plot, but I don't have to lose the plot. Well, now it's really lost the plot. I didn't mean to type that at all. Undo. So far so good, except for we want 128, not 0.001. And we want more than rather than less than. So, or actually 127 should suffice. And I wonder if I can use one of my C-isms. So I know how to do some of these things. It is at least correct that actual R is the thing that I want to do something with. However, that is not actually correct. Position X is going to be between 0 and 127. Actually, I will want it to be larger than. Okay, so far so good. And this is going to become a C statement that gives you different options. So, oh, nope, 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 not correct. See, if I get this right, I can copy it for all three axes. But I do have to get this right. So let's see if we can do a ternary operator. Okay, so what's this going to mean? If position X, if it's larger than 127, then we are out of range in one way or another. Either the thing is, so we're trying to produce a out of bounds result. And if we do that, then it will start going to the nearest spot that it's trying to go to regardless. Like, it'll quite happily deal with all of this and handle things effectively. And it's all going to have to do with this ternary operator, which is a logical statement. And then the answer is going to be brain R plus or minus something. So no, I do not know what its complaint is. Introduce a variable, is it? Or maybe I simply am not using the right language for it? So a ternary operator, I'm supposed to be able to type something in here that causes it to pick one of these or the other. It does not appear that that is what it wanted, but I can go and look it up somewhere. In fact, I'm pretty sure I have it in my code, so check this out. Even in a very recent thing, like the new version of KWood Room. ternary operator, which I do not know whether C# has this, but I'd be a little shocked if it didn't. And what you're looking at is these little things. I guess maybe I need parenthesis and then the question mark. And that is indeed a colon. And then there's another parenthesis, and maybe that's what it wants. Maybe I have just not parenthesized enough. Oh, or I'm not assigning it to anything. I'm taking it, but I'm not doing a damn thing with it. So if this, and I do not have a absolute value correct, so let's either call it fabs. No, it doesn't like that either. How about math? No. Okay, what's your little problem? Should I be doing capital letters? It does seem to like capital letters. Ah, got there. It wanted the capital letters. But it does not care whether it is fabs. So absolute value overloaded. You can do it with anything. So we're going to do it like that. But then the part that I'm missing is this. There. And now it's happy. So what I did there was I had my ternary operator, that is this little thing with the parenthesis, where there's a logical statement, and then a question mark, and you have the one or the other. But I wasn't assigning it to anything. It was looking up a value, but then it didn't do anything with it. So that fixed that. So, and I will be wanting to use actual R for this. Thank you. There, that came alive. I think it's fussing over this because these are the same answer. So it means that that's meaningless. Yep, that's exactly what that was. But if our distance is larger than a certain amount, say position is 200 and actual R where we're aiming is 10, then we go to this because it's larger than the amount, and then position X is less than 127. Well, it's actually going to be larger than 127. So I think it goes true and then false. So it's not less, but if it's larger, then less than would be false. And meaning that our target is going to actually be closer to the flip side. So that's going to be plus 255. We'll even call it 256. And then if the distance is too large, it will always have to be modified in this way. So minus. And if we have this, we can have each of the other parameters as well. Oh, come on. I'm going to have to learn how to get out of those pop-up menus. Seems straightforward enough, though. And then R and G and B. Fighting me a little bit, but not too much. Turns out I can just advance one space and it does it. And then target point needs to be not brain, but actual. Let's give that a try. Okay, so this recalculates what target point is. Now we see what it does. We've made all of the brains a little bit more complicated, but honestly, all of our some of our guys are picking up a lot of speed. I got knocked away. So what's supposed to be happening is these might get booking pretty fast, but they're supposed to be sort of orbiting spots in space. I feel like it is just possible that they are trying to do that, but my top speed is simply too great. So what I do here to see whether it's doing what I want or not is put back in linear velocity. We'll ramp it up a little bit. That can also be a factor of what brain is there to do. But so now they have maximum speeds. And they're coming right for me. So I can let them keep doing their thing. But the hope here is that they end up being able to gravitate towards a spot. See, it just phased out. Red guys, they phased out. That is because they went past the world, but they're supposed to be going back to this spot. So these need to be able to kind of oscillate in such a way where if they've gone over to this area, then they're gradually going back rather than trying to go across all of space. And signs point to that actually working. So the trick here is I need to instantiate a whole nother set of instances of these guys so that rather than disappear, I get a phantom one just past visual range. And everything will have phantom ones in every direction. If I can do that, these red guys that are sort of hovering in space, and you can kind of see how that works. That they're teleporting to the opposite side of the universe. But they are actually maintaining. And I picked ones that are very dull colored. There's not a lot of change there, so they are all basically hovering. Mind you, they are able to knock each other about pretty violently, so there is that. And these guys just teleported to, well, no, I guess it went back. Everything's maybe a little more hectic than I like, but it's doing some of what I wanted. It's just that our top speed is quite extreme now. And there's a way of dealing with that. Top speed is being controlled by linear velocity. If I dial that back, they're going to go real slowly. So now we've all got distinct, obvious top speeds. And the top speed is a factor of how far away it is from its target destination. But I think one of the things that I can get perhaps not. If I can find where the darkest colored ones are going, I can teleport through there to the other extreme. The trick with this is, yeah, so here's a bunch of darkly colored ones. They will all go rushing off somewhere. But the dark color of the textures is causing them to go towards a particular space. And then the velocity that they're using could also be a factor of the darkness or the lightness. See, they're all just gradually chugging along. That is a very brightly colored one, but there was a dark spot on its texture, and it used that dark spot to go to this place. And then it's bunking other ones around. And that's part of what's going on with these. But if we go through here, we are now sort of at the top corner. Nothing is quite a literal 255, 255. I don't have any of them that are literally full white. Some of them are kind of close. Like these guys here have a lot of pure white in their texture. And so they're hanging around up in this area. Now what I wanted to do was have them reconsider their positions. Oh, I think I am seeing what I was looking for though. So watch how quickly this thing reacts and goes to different spots. And I bet you I can make it blink as it has a different thought. Let's see about that. So we have got physics counter, so that might give me an opportunity. So I should be able to access, and these also should be somewhat randomized, although I do intend to make them synchronize. Fire's going reasonably okay. Also, I have drunk a bunch of coffee, so I'm going to want to use the restroom before too long. But where can we get access to... Oh, nope. Haha. So that is a valid thing to do. I don't know if I have to access it this way. Okay, how do we do this? I think Nord3D had this. We did this, and then we did that, and then we did that. We're not going to want to do all of that, but that should still work. No, we do not have, we can do this. But we're not using this image or assigning it to anything. Instead, we're going to want to do, firstly, I don't care for having it be sprayed out that way. And what options do we have regarding playing with this mesh instances texture? Shading, that's going to stay. Albedo, color. So albedo color, which can be accessed in a variety of different ways, such as RGB, for instance. And we have the color somewhat boosted, so we'll be able to make bright flashes. So rather than albedo texture, we're going to want albedo color. We do have a albedo texture, though, but we're not updating that. Back to here. And well, for starters, we could do a target point. Okay, it wants me to spell it out. Fine, we can do that. Let's now see whether we can make that run. So this isn't necessarily going to be good, but it may work. And if it works, everything's going to be zipping around and flashing violently. Let's see if everything's flashing violently or if it's failing to work. Everything's changing color aggressively is what? See? It's green, it's white, it's a bunch of different things because we are applying just the texture of whatever its pixel is, so everything is mostly just blindingly white. But using this technique, we can make these guys flash in a more interesting way. So, how would that be? Also, I'm not sure if I want var. How about if I specify, oh, settle down. It just freaked out for no good reason. How about if we specify rather than just variable, we'll define it as the standard material. Then we don't need to define a var. In fact, maybe we don't even need to do this. We do need to do that. Cool. No problem. So we are able to feed this information in. Let's do another float. And And this apparently, well, it's... Oh, no. That overloads. What this means is it's overloading. It's telling me I can do this in a decimal, I can do this in a float, I can do it in a double, I can do whatever you want. And that's appropriate because that's definitely what I want. And we're going to do max. Plus so what I want to do is let's do it like this instead. Min. Oh no, I have an even better idea. I know what I'm doing. So this will make them be kind of dark, but every time we do a reconsideration, it will briefly flash. Then we get to see whether they're all at the same synchronization or not. And then it's just a one color that goes from gray to white. Now let's see what we've got. And this is probably all still running reasonably well. Oh, hi, do we not run? Let's try that again. There we go. Okay, so I have this too dark. The default brightness is too dark and I can't see it. Is it in fact... They're supposed to be blinking. They are not blinking. So I've got something wrong here. It's all good. I'll figure it out. Oh, I bet I know. I bet I know. I'm doing this every time the counter gets incremented. That is not how this is supposed to go. Flash is running off a brain counter. We're counting down from brain counter, but still, this needs to sit here, which is actually every single frame. Maybe I don't want it to do literally every frame, but I can space it out a little bit if I want. Cut. And now we're adding even more to the stuff that runs every physics process, but a bunch of our stuff is not. Now watch what this does. Now we're going to get it animating. Unless we're not. Fascinating. I think I may have an idea as to what's gone wrong, although I can see immediately some of these are far too dark, some of these are far too bright, so my settings for this are too extreme. But we're also not actually blinking. Oh, physics counter. Don't mind me, I just did a very silly thing. Watch this. This is the one that updates. Brain counter doesn't. Watch this. All of a sudden it's going to be doing what I wanted. Although I won't have it dialed in yet. Or maybe not quite as much what I wanted, but we're at least a little closer. Yeah, like watch that. It's going bing, 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 bing. So this sort of pulsating look is it going through its thinking process. And every time it reblinks, and it looks like 120 is getting pretty close to my limit there. If I do this right, I'll be able to see how fast their brains are working, which will then be more information on whether I've got them randomized. Okay, excuse me. So let's see. So how about blinking from 200 to 150? It's going to be the minimum of either of those. So it's going to be a brief blink, and then it's very quickly going to stop. But how quickly? Let's see what that looks like now. If I did this right, then they will be visible. They will have the correct textures. I think I'm still too hot. This is all too white. Too much brightness. See? So I wonder whether maybe I'm miscalculating, like, is this actually colors based on some other kind of parameter? It does look very much though I can scale everything way the heck back. What would happen if we scaled everything back by 10? This should have them all be completely black unless I've not figured this out properly. Let's see if they're now completely black. Oh, no, they're not. Not a bit of it. So this has some very significant concepts. Look at them all blinking away like that. That's kind of what I was looking to do. So I want it to be slightly brighter than this at a minimum. I'm also going to want them to beep, but only the closest ones to me. And it's blinking a little bit too brightly. So the darkness is being allowed to go too dark. This should not work, and yet we're going to see whether it does. See, I've got a minimum. We're assigning a float, and the float is I don't see how it would be doing this. But then if 18 divided by physics counter, okay, so tell you what, let's also make it blink faster, or blink briefer. If I'm dividing by this times itself, it's going to blink much more briefly and then stop. I don't know why these are the numbers it wants, but they are. What do we got? Wow. Okay, I see one of the things that's happening. I also need to be setting a max. You know why? Because this is not being limited to a maximum brightness. So what's happening is I'm getting my blink just fine. But everything is blinking so brightly that it's turning into just pure blown out glitter. Oh, I backed away too far. So the idea is if they bump each other, they should synchronize brains, at which point they will be blinking at the same time. But right now what we've got is just far too dark, so I need to put in another clamp, is what I need to do. Or we'll figure out what our maximum value is. Oh, no, that's not correct. Don't mind me. I'll get there. In which case, maybe let's not even use that. The reason that parenthesis is darkened is because precedence of operations means it's going to do the divide before it tries to do the plus. That said, I still like having the parenthesis there. So now we are basically hanging around at a brightness of 16. Let's see how dark that is. And then we are adding 1 divided by this extra number. Wow, something's happening. I don't know what this weird flickering effect is. It doesn't even look perfectly spherical. I am completely at a loss as to what that's about. But my float value seems to be far too high. Does this go from 0 to 1? Is it going to do that? Is that what's happening? Oh, yeah, we are still freaking out. You see that, yeah? That's going to be very busy to look at. I bet if it's float, it wants to be 1. Let's dial it way the heck back and see what it does now. If I'm correct, it's still going to be a little too bright. I do not know what this weird flickering is. It's like there is motion going on here. Oh, hang on. It's blinking. Those are some kind of artifact of this. It's like I have to have this value be, okay, so how about Floyendat? Okay, no such thing as Floyendat. There. Now we're making it out of ints rather than making it out of floats. And maybe it's going to behave a little bit better. Let's find out what we did. If I am lucky, it's not going to be freaking out. But it may still be freaking out. Ooh, it's not freaking out, but it's not happy. Does not like being given a color in that format, does it? Our frame rate collapsed. Back to the float. Ooh, what's our problem? We have a problem. Oh no, it attempted to divide by 0. Yeah, I get that's going to happen. So maybe that's half of our problem. That's a big mess. We could simply make it be 1. That'll fix that part of the problem. Because that was certainly, I don't know why it was having such an issue. Maybe it is simply that the floating point 1 was causing other errors, other issues. Oh dear. Okay, if we start at 127 and add 64 divided by that, we're going to get a brief flash unless everything is all still completely screwed up. But we're not dividing by 0 anymore, so we should be able to run quickly. And our brightness is already so bright that there is none more bright. That is fully cranked if ever I saw it, so we don't get to do this. This is bloomed out to within an inch of its life. So how about 64 plus 64 divided by that? How about that? Does that get me to a middle gray that turns into a bright flash? Let's find out. No, that's still very bright. Maybe I'm not giving the right value to this. It seemed to be happy enough running as floats, so let's try float. I was at least seeing flashing when I was doing floats. 0.5 plus 0.25, which should be roughly, oh, float, F. There we go. All of this is to try to get it into the right basic brightness, but then with a brief flash as they go up. Haha, look at this guy go. I can make it flash better than that. So 0.4 will probably get me right into the range. And our default brightness can be a little better than that, because our visuals are such that we have a additional factor going on here. There we are. So he's pretty steady, but this one's probably not. And you notice that when it flashes, it changes position. It changes direction. Bloop, bloop, bloop. And it's taken off. Boop, boop, boop. Some of them are going to be calmer and darker. Like these colors don't think very fast, so they're just kind of going blip, bloop, bloop, bloop. That's a nice little blink from these guys. It's in the dark area of its pattern, so it's not doing very much right now. These are all very dark colors. So you see him blinking, but not much is happening. But then that guy just took off. And then if we go up to the very top of the space, hit the brakes. That's how fast their brains are going. And this guy up here is being very hectic because it's right at the top of its brightness. So you can see him getting a little bit hectic. Also, they will do things where he might reappear if he's still looking for the brightest white. Yeah, here are these ones, which are porting back and forth. Where'd they go? So one of the things I was hoping to do is have them able to seek stable locations in space. Some of the behavior is working okay. Like the like ones are gravitating to similar spaces. Again, I'm going to see whether I can't have a batch of audio producers, so when they blink, they beep. And we do, in fact, see them moving around. In fact, I can hype them up a little bit, too. And I can do that by doubling or quadrupling the impetus that they get. And I could also be having them become more hyper if they are brighter colors. So that'll be interesting. But right now they're not. Right now they're just going like, okay, farther away we are from the target point, the more aggressively we go. And that target point stuff should be working, although it's also possible that I didn't get that part right. Target point is trying to make it so that if we are seeking something where we would need to go backwards because going across the null zone is quicker and easier, then it should be able to do that. There, now everybody is more enthusiastic and fierce. Except for these ones, which are not all that exciting at all. I like that they kind of end up finding each other like this. I think they start out at random positions. So one of the things that happens is if one of these hits another one, they will send a signal. And I'm not currently doing anything with the signals, but the signals are how I would be able to tell you have touched this one of this color or you have touched another thing. Now, are these guys all going to dash? They do seem to be rather synchronized. Oh, off it goes. It hit the road. It went here. There you are. Oh, and then it rushed off somewhere else again. So the behavior I want to see is them being able to gravitate towards a common space. I didn't mean for them all to default to being locked together like that. So I feel like maybe there's a randomization factor that I could put in there. Because some of these are acting like they are literally starting out and remaining in exactly the same place. I wanted them to end up like that. But what I should be seeing is little trains of them following the same path, rather than they are literally in the same spot. That means they're seeking the same spot. That means that they're, see, you can even see the blinks. If the blinks are synchronized, that means their brains are synchronized, meaning I have not randomized it. So let's see whether we can do something about that. I feel like brain counter is constantly being reverted to 1, and I'm not quite sure why that would be. Like, this stuff is working. At this time, this part is working, but I'm not able to get... Okay, so let's see. Well, we're not using brain counter yet, so what I could do is paste there. Now we can instantiate that there. We can divide by 4 for neatness, but then multiply by 3. In theory, that will give me random startups for these, because everything is reverting to, no matter what it does, brain always starts out as beyond the limit, at which point it's reverted to 1. So everything is starting off as 1. And that seems not good. So let's see what we got with that one simple change. Well, let's go towards this cluster. Yep, these are now randomized. They are not all blinking together. So they're forming a little sort of cluster in space that's going to be doing its thing. Likewise, these are a brighter color, so they're blinking faster. If I have a beep in there, they will be beeping faster. I'm going to want to not have this many actually all beeping at once. That's going to get overwhelming real fast. Yeah, far out. Also, now I'm wondering what I can do with rotational velocity and position. Because we don't really have to have them spinny like that. In fact, angular velocity, constant forces, physics body 3D, axis lock. If we do this, and hit save, we do axis lock, they will still bounce off of each other, but now they are not swiveling. And that means, yeah, look at these guys blinking away. They are being hectic. These little boys are being hectic. Yeah, that's the kind of hyperactivity I want to see from the AI of these creatures. Also, if I bunk them, they will not rotate. They're all fixed in one spot, but then there's something I can do about that too. So rotation equals do I have a setter? I do have a lerp between this vector and weight. Two. And let's see, do I have this as a actual, don't know if I do or not. Well, that's not how lerp works. I don't know what it was thinking. Does not take two of those things, and we do need to give it a real variable. So insta-lerp. And new vector, guess what? Seeing as we have these and all, there. So now rotation gets to also animate, and it'll animate according to the graphic. Unless it doesn't, I might need to increase the value of it some. Huh. They booted me off of the planet. I have to go and find them again. Where'd they go? Okay, here we go. Oh, that's not how to do that. Our speed is a little bit exaggerated here. And also, I think our numbers aren't actually doing anything. That or lerp isn't adequate. Well, this is persistent. That suggests maybe I don't need to do this part in the physics model. Cut that, and then put it into this animation model. And we'll make the lerp be 0.5. And then we'll see whether that's enough from the new vector 3 that it even helps. So either this is going to move aggressively or it is not going to move at all, as everything seeks its desired location. Well, they're very active, but I don't see them swiveling at all. So I feel maybe cool them off a little bit. Like that. And then rotation. How about we just assign rotation to this and see if that does anything? No lerp. Mind you, that would have been kind of neat. But let's now see whether this is enough or whether we need it to be a larger value. I see animation. Possibly not enough. Oh, well, or maybe it is. Look at that. Look at this boy go. See, it's pivoting around quite aggressively, whereas more sedate ones So then the question is, could I make it lerp? This is active enough behavior to be sure. That was the idea, was it would rotate as well as blink. And in so doing, we can kind of see action. So boop. They are bots. They blink. They pivot. They're looking at things. They're going boop, boop, boop. So can I make it animate better? Let's try the lerp. See if lerp makes it be interesting. And it needs to be a float. Okay, so when I was doing it as 1, it didn't actually do anything. 0.5 probably is going to do something, because it's going to be somewhere between 1 and 0. The question is, what does that look like as it goes? And this guy's not a lot of help, because he's not actually moving very much, is he? Let's go up to the top where the hyper ones are hanging out. Yeah, you're not lerping at all, are you? A lerp of 0.5 is not doing much. Oh, I bet I'm just reading the value and not assigning it to anything. Yeah. Yeah, so check that out. Equals. There we go. And so now, what does lerp want to do? So float weight, amount of interpolation, and that will return to me what I need. So that should do it. I was just calculating it, but it wasn't actually doing anything. This, on the other hand, should do something. So now if we have it at 0.5, ooh. Could I be lerping by something like physics counter? Or whatever this is? First of all, let's see what it does. This time at least it's going to do something. Don't worry about that. I normally run on the basis of Patreon, but it's possible to like find... no, what are we doing? Okay, we're jittering kind of a lot now. I don't think this value needs to be as big as it is. I think when I have closely related values that they're just jittering away like crazy, which is kind of cool. But that's just the texture in there making it freak out. I'm liking the speed at which it zips over to the new place. I'm not liking how extreme this is just because there's some noise in the texture. That just turns it into a blur. This is fixable. Where is that lerp? Here it is. If I scale it back enough, it won't be trying to rotate like 5 times. It'll be a smaller adjustment. I don't know why I'm hitting Command B. This one can't run with Command B. I will... Here, let me give you an observation. Yes, it is possible that if you're trying to throw me money on YouTube, YouTube will take part of the money. Yes, that is very likely correct. On the other hand, if you would like YouTube to think I'm hot property and show me to more people, that might be just the thing. I really think that there's stuff where YouTube will light up and be like, oh, hey, let's give this person lots of subs and show him to lots of people. Okay, so we're still rotating a little much, aren't we? I don't want it to be flickering like that. Kind of digging it, though. It's just that for these really colorful ones, it's just constant blur. It's a constant freak out. And you can never actually see the texture because it's just never still. Well, let's settle down a little bit, but yeah, the ones with the noisy textures are far busier than they need to be. But we can attend to that. Also, what if we didn't have the lerp quite as intense. So how about if I do this, then it's probably dividing it by about 100. And then if I do this, it's going to be less jittery. Now what do we got? It'll be even more fun when I have them beeping. That'll be amusing. Also, they can all be a little brighter than this, I feel. And I can also settle it down just by not having them process through their brain quite as fast. But this guy is the one that was really unmanageable before. And that's a lot better. See, if these are also beeping, they're definitely going to seem like, oh my God, it's alive. It's freaking out. It's running around. It's doing whatever. Oh. I just went past the boundaries of space. Let's zoom up to this cluster. Yeah, okay. So that's a very noisy texture. The noisy textures get real busy. But by the same token, this is the kind of energy factor I want to see them have. How about this guy over here? What does he look like? Yeah, the flickering suggests that it is still rather like, because this behavior, that's just a representation of what its brain is doing. That said, it's lively enough. And then sometimes they're not spinning in space. What I'm wondering was whether they're going to do a good job of returning to this spot or whether they have to come all the way from the other extreme again. Yeah, because remember the thing that I did. I made it so that if they are seeking this location and they blink out of existence and teleport to the other side, they should gently go back in the direction through the teleport and appear on this side again. I feel like that's basically working. So the reason you don't see them is because I don't have the there needs to be and I don't know whether I need to have that many additional layers of them, or just a single one that can take the place of, if this is on one side of the universe, then its doppelganger is always the farthest away. I don't know how that works, but I might be able to make this work with far less. Oh, look at this fellow. The little gentle motions that it makes are pleasing. Here's a range of these guys that just kind of sit in this spot. There's a bunch of bright red ones. They're so bright that they are teleporting through to outer space and then coming back. So I wonder whether I can make it work with just a single doppelganger. It would start acting weird at the corner of 3 boundaries. And here's another one of my hyperactive guys. Look at him go. See, if you were seeking your counterpart and your counterpart is a dude like this, it's going to be much more difficult, but then more of them will have seen you. Oh, here we are down at the bottom of the world. And they are still able to knock each other about. I do like the way that they're zipping around and like rotating and then being still. I like the behavior of this fella here. It's going to be, oh, it went. Yeah, down in the darkest of darks, they can phase through the world. So what I'm talking about is if one of these guys phases through the world like this, so they wink out of existence, you should still be able to see a doppelganger that is offset by like 256. And it'll blink into existence. The real one is on the opposite side of the universe, but there is a doppelganger that is visible to you and that you can measure and stuff by, simply based on yeah, I'm really wondering now how that's going to work. I feel like in theory, shouldn't you only need one? In theory, if you're at a corner like this is where three planes meet. And so our darkest colors are going here and then they're coming back periodically. When they are on the opposite side of the world and they're still seeking black, what they're doing is going the opposite direction. And you see them kind of blinking there. They come back into existence because they have just, from the opposite side of the universe, they knew to go the opposite direction. But if I have one that is a phantom, that is exactly 256 off from the one that you're seeing, then what would happen is you would still see it. And it would be sort of hovering around that area in space. And then if you went through and looked behind you, you would see the phantom of the one that you just left. They're all kind of hovering around the bounding box. We're teleporting to the opposite side of the bounding box. In theory, I could have just one additional phantasm, and it's always at the opposite pole from wherever you're at. So let's go and find the red ones. Here's the red ones. No, I went through the zone. Where's those red ones? There they are. There they are. So if this is one of the boundaries, and you go through it like this, he says, not going through it. I said, if this is one of the boundaries, and I'm on a flat side of the box, and I go through it, where the hell is this? Like, in theory, each of these color spaces, red, green, and blue, you could be in the middle and then go through sort of a wall to the other side of the universe. Like, say, if I look over to here and then point the other direction, go forwards, I have now seen and now not seen. So if I have just a batch of these guys that are exactly the opposite instance of it, then you're always sort of in the middle of a cloud of them. You don't get as many as I'd hoped, but go to the opposite, and then these are the ones you would see that are phantasms. And I think I could do it just adding one more if I was able to position it perfectly. Now, whether I'm able to position it perfectly, that's a whole other story, but this might be, because what would happen then is I could have it so you're flying through these, and then rather than it becoming sort of invisible, you're constantly seeing the cloud of these guys. They don't just appear suddenly like that. Even if I'm at such a high speed like this, you'd basically just have a continuous flood of these guys, and they don't actually run out. Instead, it always looks like that, and you keep going, and there's more. See, I went through several. So the reason I wanted, and I don't know whether this would work, the reason I wanted 27 phantoms rather than just the one that is being selected as your nearest one is because it would fill the sky with this infinite looking number of these guys, all sort of doing their thing. That seems like that would be neat. And I could do that. I could throw asteroids in there as well. That would be fairly easy to do. However, give me a moment to do a couple of things, though. It is not 4 yet, but I'd like to throw another log in the fire, and I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to do both of those things. Here is hoping I can get all kinds of cool stuff happening, but I did at least get them blinking interestingly and stuff. That was one of the things I wanted. I wanted the blinky lights, even if I don't have them beeping yet. I do have the resources I used for that, by the way. Be right back. Alrighty. That's looking better. Away we go with our funky blinking world. I think I can return to the lerp being bolder. Oh no, I have a better idea. I can have that lerp be relative to how bright the guy is. I do like their little rotations. Get a load of that. It really looks like they are doing something or thinking something. But the lerp is too smooth. So how about times 0. So let's see, how many zeros are we going to need for that? We'll experiment and find out. So what that's going to do is if the color is very dark, it's lerping very gently and slowly towards that thing. It'll be like, but then if there's a bright pixel, it will probably rush off somewhere, but it might go poof and become excited and zip. Well, I mean, the thing about this, Yoni, is that I am trying to get as much happening as possible off as little code as possible. Hello, does that work? There we go. So we've got all this behavior. These are all heading towards where they want to go. I could probably darken them a tiny bit. And these ones that are very dark, as they blink, they are finding a new rotation to go to, which can be a significant rotation. But if they're not on a very bright pixel, that rotation is going to be very gentle and slow. But then there's an area way up here where a different breed of bots live. And they are blinking a lot, but they're honestly, yeah, I've divided it too much, which is fine. That is okay, fine. They're supposed to be pivoting. They're kind of hyperactive, aren't they? Areas will have different behaviors. So let's see. Factor of 10. No, let's go even farther. Factor of 100. Now were they going to be hyperactive? There should be a limit on this. It shouldn't lerp beyond 1. I might have a, oh, nope. Oh boy, okay. So some of these are definitely enthusiastically swiveling about. like these. That's like strobing. That's not even very nice. So that is too bright. There is some kind of dithery thing going on there, which is causing it to flip out when it does that. And its highest speed of jittering is a little bit too jittery, I think. So here's where we clamp it. How about maybe we clamp it? Hang on. Or indeed 0.6. Oh, did that in the wrong place, didn't I? There we go. And then max that. And let's try it as a float. And then I think we still have the wrong number of parentheses. What's that going to look like? Okay, I needed to close the rotation lerp. There was a parenthesis into that as well. And then let's half the speed of that, because it was getting too jittery. Here's all our dudes flying around and seeming to have their own brains going on. I feel like your jitteriness is not the most pleasing thing I've ever seen. And it should be slowed down. On the other hand, oh, he was still until he wasn't. How about you guys over here? What do you look like? I may need to put a cap on how often their brains get to go. The ones that are hyperactive are really kind of hyperactive. They're all going to be seeking their own targets, but like this is more hyperactive than I really need it to be. Nothing really gained by having our visual representation be this flickery. Plus, it's wandering out of its range, isn't it? They are blinking in and out of existence. So that suggests that maybe this is a fine time to figure out the instancing thing I was talking about. So I teleport this to the opposite side of the universe, whatever is the farthest side of the universe. And it too needs to have the unique instance. Now hang on, do I get to update that? Well, firstly, does this even run if I've doubled it up like that? Huh. Now I have twice as many of those things, plus they are colliding with themselves, which is not correct. But it's a start. So firstly, transform. Transform position Y to 56. And where's your transform? There it is. Wild how it's centering on there and how it's not able to show both of them at once. But they are all children of the same thing, so now we've got collision shape 3D2 and mesh instance 3D2. So if I do this right, there will be just as many things on screen, but they'll be doubled up a bit. So let's lower the count even more, just to make it easier. Let's, everywhere we have this, let's duplicate it. Was I calling it Get 3D2? I think I was. I'll call it B. And we'll see if we can just run that twice. That'll be the albedo texture. Be interesting to see if this just works. Oh, we got a weird flickeriness going on. And I bet I know why. I think some of these phantom twinkles are not actually really there. But the script is duplicated. The script needs to not be duplicated. Let's find out whether that script is duplicated. Okay, so that's a specific instance. This collision shape is also a specific instance, although I don't necessarily... Yeah, how about this starts out with disabled? Let's see whether disabling the second collision shape helps it be able to function. The mesh instances, those both need to be there and be able to function. Okay, and if I want to be really funky, what I could do is reduce the amount of offset. Can we make it so there are little double spheres floating around? Collision shape doesn't do anything. The mesh instance most definitely will. Now what do we got? Can we have a phantom guy floating around on top of each of these? No, not really. But I'll tell you, it's interesting. Oh, hang on. Oh, I know what's happening. These are flickering because they're responding to rotation. That's what they're doing. Oh, so where are the other ones? There we go. Yeah, so some of these are stable, but when they do start rotating, it's not great. So I need to be able to refer to the overall transform a little bit better than that. And I think I know how. First, you stop. But rotation equals rotation lerp. So how about I attempt to the rotation to the mesh instance only? Not the basis, only as a visual. Let's give it a try. I don't think material has a rotation. Oh, don't need to do that. How about that? So if that works, I'm rotating the mesh instance and not the actual basis for the object. That's what was causing that, is I was rotating the basis for the object, but I'd like to be simply rotating. There. Bingo. Got it. See, now they are in pairs. Although notice only the bottom one is rotating. I'm not updating both of them. See, bottom one rotates, top one does not. But that's easily fixed. Got there, got there. We will simply... Well, now hang on a moment. I don't think I need to recalculate that rotation. I don't think I need to recalculate it at all. That still exists. So rather than do the lerp, we just straight up have it copying the previous one every frame. Let's go find some that are actually rotating. Well, those are pretty laid back at the moment. Let's go find one that's moving around more actively. Are they at the same rotation? Totally. Got there. Okay, so this is now the offset that they need. So the remaining thing is, now I need to make that instance appear across the universe from 255 away. So, how are we going to do that? Well, we can do it inside the physics model, I think. I don't think they can move so fast that I would need to offset that. If we're like 127 away from it, it won't be obvious. So there's our base model. There's going to be a position thing having to do with maybe I can use this very code again? Let's find out. Also, that is the target. But I'm more interested in player position and much less interested in where it thinks it wants to go. So that's the code that is figuring out where it wants to go. I think back to the editor. Here we are. So mesh instance 3D2 transform becomes stuff. Well, we've got it at 4, and that's visible. So we can see what it does under various circumstances by just updating that transform position. Oh, don't need BB edit. We're fine without it. And let's say we got access to that by, oh, hang on. We're going to need to update both of the pieces of that. Yeah, no matter. We got it. It'll start with here. We've created new target points, so we don't technically need, we can reuse this. Also, I have a mistake in here. Check this out. I bet this is going to work better now. Look at this. G. B. Those are supposed to be specific rather than just resetting the red over and over again. Now, before I do anything else, even this, that was a substantial bug. Let's see what it's doing now. Above them all, you silly fellow. What bird are you talking about? Ah, interesting. Well, now that we've got that, everything is moving much more sedately. I can ramp up the speeds more than a little bit, I think. You know, if this is the way that you want to spend Thanksgiving, knock yourself out. You can't scare me with that kind of stuff. I tried it good and hard. It didn't work out for me, but I am far from one to criticize. Boop. Oh, that one doesn't actually... I can bump this one, but I can't bump that one because it doesn't have a physical presence. Yeah, I think I have my locations working a lot better than I thought. So see how that guy just disappeared? I need to make the phantom one appear as the first one disappears. And that means if it goes off this side of the world, then the other side of the world... Well, now, what was that about? These guys are appearing and disappearing quite freely. I think what's happening is they are actually able to... Now they're having a much easier time going across the edges of the universe. So now I do need to make this other part work. So what's happening here is the bug fix that I did was really valid in that all these guys are sort of floating around where they exist. But if the next color that they're going to means that it's going to have an easier time reaching that color if it wraps around the universe and goes to the opposite side of the universe, it will quite happily just do that. It was a bug that I had and it was fixed. Now we got stuff like these guys zipping around. And see, those winked out of existence, and that is because they went past the edge of the universe. And here is an area where they're kind of finding their way through. And if I go through there, we have a whole cluster of these little guys hanging out in this vicinity. Oh. Except for when they phase out of existence again. So my job now is to make it so that if you are basically the position of the ball on top there needs to always be at the extreme, like exactly 256 away, that if the one like comes into view and then back out of view again like that, the phantom that you see is always like if it flips to the other side of the universe there, then the other one needs to immediately appear where it was and then go off into the distance because we have this like universe here. It's a rather small one, but still, where they're sort of flicking in and out of existence because they're flipping to the opposite side of the box, as am I. And these all have two... the trick is going to be making this work on all vectors at once. I'm probably going to put it out on Steam or something when I finally got it. Who can say? I'll figure something to do with it. I mean, it's Godot. It's Godot, so you can, if you learn how to do it properly, which I have not yet done, you can make it be for Windows, you can make it be for Linux, so on and so forth. Mind you, it's using like forward plus rendering, so it's got a rendering chain that's a little bit fancy. I could, with the way this works, I could probably use a much simpler rendering chain. I'm not using some of the fanciest features of rendering. I could also do with incorporating fog here so that it fades into the distance better, but that's a whole other story and I'm not there yet. But here's what we've got. We've got got a situation is what we've got. I need to look up the player's position. I feel like that's not going to be as simple, but I only need to do it at physics rate. If that. Physics rate is already kind of faster than it needs to be. Larger than 97 minus, so 120 minus. That will make it even slower. What's our structure look like? Bots will appear here. So we're going to be doing parent. Each of these has an identity of its own, and they are children of this object. So parent of that is going to be bots. Parent of that is going to be node 3D, and then that has a child which is player. Oh, well, that explains it. Yeah. Have fun with that way you can. I had to stop it, but only because I had to. Didn't end up being the kind of person who could do that forever. It's all good. So, also I wonder if I could make the, would it run faster if the player node was like accessible anywhere? What about that? So it's a unique object, and I can do modulus player and supposedly reach it. Let's find out if that's true. First, I'll save it, make sure that that is true. I am not sure that that is actually true. Let's find out what we're looking at first of all. So this is a scene of its own. And that's what it is. And then it's a rigid body 3D. And it has angular locks, as does everything else. And then it has a transform. It is extremely high mass, so maybe we don't do as much of that. Don't worry above them all, you're fine. You're fine enough anyway. I've seen worse, don't worry about it. Yeah, stay safe. That's all we can ask. It's all good. Relatable. So let's see, how do we access stuff in this? Public class player in so we got a bunch of these things. But I do not believe this is actually talking to player. Well, how did we do this before? I think this did. Oh, no, it did not, did it? Well, this is the player script. Maybe I can store a node for each of these guys just to make it a little faster to look up. So that's the part that does not yet work, but there might be a way to make it work. I don't want to have too much floating around in each of these because there's so many of them. Okay, so private node where player. Now we go and try to find where the player is. I don't think the position needs to start out as such a large number. That's 10 times what it could be. There you go. There, that'll be a little cleaner. Yep. Ready means I load this up to start with. That absolutely has nothing to do with reality as we know it. Player is a rigid body first and foremost. Well, now I didn't even type that. I typed a bracket. What if we do this? Does that automatically have the identity of player in it? Signs point to no. I thought that would be a thing where you got to look up that node because we just told it that it was. We just said that it was one of these. Unique name. If it's not a unique name, I'm not sure what to do with it. Oh, within the scene it belongs to? Okay. I'm not accessing it from the scene it belongs to. That's the problem. Okay, so instead, how about... Also, do we need to... I bet we need to use the quotes. Okay, didn't like that. What if we don't even have that? So why are we not able to... Context actions. Oh, that's why. Okay. Interesting. Might just work. First, let's see if it crashes. If it still runs, then that's a good sign. Still runs just fine. We still have our little dudes hovering around. They are much more willing to go outside the boundaries of the universe here, but that's fine. It all seems to be running just fine. So now we've got an internal part that we can probably just start using directly. And it'll be kind of like that. I can do this better. Let's see whether we can scooch this over to here and get rid of the if statements. And there we have a copied one before I actually fixed the bug. So this could get weird. And this is not being used for anything right now. Above them all, maybe you should like lay down or whatever if you're getting the spinnies. Don't worry about it, it's fine. I've been there. I know what that kind of thing is like. That's why I had to stop. You go and take care of yourself, or stay and take care of yourself, or whatever. Ooh, I think I can see something to do here. This might get messy, but we can but try. So we're going to do get node this, but as position rather than rotation. Actually, I think I'm going to need to set it. How about? So I can just reuse target point. Bada boom. There, see, using it twice. Oh, they're also being very sedate, so I'm going to speed everything up a little bit. Or a little bit more. Okay. So I believe this is actually wrong. And I'll tell you why. It pretty much needs to place the position of the other guy as the mirror image of where the original one is. And there's supposed to only be one of them, so we probably... I am a little puzzled as to how this is meant to work, but I do have a possibility. So this should be flipping everything to its extremes, but I probably only want to keep one axis at a time, at most two. Although I think the first thing I need to do is get it to actually do anything. That'd be a help. And I know I'm going to need this. Collision shape 3D2. But that's going to be a collision shape. Slow down. There. Now if I do this, does it actually fill in when I hit tab, or does it do something crazy and wrong? Okay. Okay. I spoke too soon. I thought it was going to do a crazy thing, but it did not. First, let's see whether this runs at all. It runs. But it's not doing what it's supposed to. See, they're disappearing. They're supposed to appear right where I'm at. But they are not. But they kind of sort of are. So we're supposed to be seeing these other guys appearing out sort of past the range there. That is not what's happening. I think what's happening is, and those are two that match, so those are not the same. I think what's happening is we've got it backwards, that the teleport part. We do have some phantoms. It's presenting a little bit of an... So let's see whether we can reverse the polarity of this and see if that does any good. I don't think we're done, not even close, but we can at least see if flipping this helps. What do we got? That's definitely not what it was supposed to do. Ah, but that's a little closer. What we're supposed to do is be able to fly through here, and then as we teleport, we see a whole bunch of more guys, as if there's an infinite supply of these things. It's not really working, but it's better than nothing. You're supposed to be able to go up. See, that's not what it was supposed to do. See, sort of flipping polarity there. This is kind of in the rough vicinity of what was supposed to happen. Well, good luck, Yanni. That sounds kind of scary. Australia, fair. Far be it from me to say, oh yeah, no, that's obviously Australia, but yeah, well done. Okay. So part of my problem here is that if I'm approaching one wall of the, well, part of my problem here is I need to throw another log on the fire. I'm going to do that. But part of my problem is that if I'm approaching the invisible wall, I could probably draw something on the screen so that you could see where it is, but I think it's fairly self-evident what's going on as things blink in and out of existence like that. If I'm just approaching the middle of the wall rather than like a corner, then everything is always offset by 256 in every direction at once. That's a little much. So what I'd be wanting to do is those numbers, the 256 and negative 256, only one of them should be 256 at a time. And it should always be the one where so only one of these here should be 256 at a time, not all of them. And it should definitely be the See, here's the thing. Where player also is from 0 to 256 on all of these axes. So, the absolute value of these things is going to matter. So we're not doing anything with it, but that is legit. It's larger than. Same thing, but as y. So what that's going to do is I am closer to the center in one vector than another. If we do it again, we've got nested. So if distance from x is larger than distance from y, be in the center, so what happens if we are exactly in the middle on two parameters but completely off on another? Those are the circumstances where you'd be using one particular angle. So one of the things that we're doing, I think, is moving that and then resetting it. So these start as 0, and then we're distributing these around based on which of the axes is bigger. So if x is bigger, we're farther away on the x-axis than y, which also means we will be farther than z. Okay, so what does happen if x is larger than y, but z is larger than x? I guess I do an else statement. You have to string it out, don't you? Boop. I don't appreciate your layout. Please let me make it look the way I want. Thank you. So what's going to happen is there's going to be more else statements. I wonder if it's going to wrest the else statements from my hands each single time. Signs point to yes. Fine, I'll just put them back by hand. I don't want it filling up all my space so annoyingly. So this structure will let me find out whether or not to use a particular axis to offset the guy. I'm glad you survived. Terrible holiday to get slain in the street. That's no good. Okay, so if x is larger than y, I'm not sure I've got this sorted out correctly. Maybe I should just make variables for these things and figure it out that way. But it feels as though it's getting into the zone. What I'm trying to do is determine one of these to choose for each of these circumstances. So for instance, That could go there. That could go there. So what's going to happen out of this is that it is going to offset at only one axis, but I do not know which axis it's going to try to use. But it's going to do it very neatly. So let's find out what it does. Be extremely funny if it just did the perfect thing, but I feel like that's going to be an Nope, that quadrant is empty, but in this zone, and you see the guy sort of flipping from place to place there? Thing is, one of those guys just vanished, and that just disappeared and appeared again. So that's not actually a good location. But this is the gist. It needs to be oriented in such a way whereas they wander off, rather than just blinking in and out of existence, no matter which direction I turn, there will always be these little clouds of guys everywhere I look, possibly excepting if I am down at a literal corner. But it needs to do this thing, where you go to where there is nothing shown, and then all of a sudden everything comes into view. And as they go farther away, they should appear off in the distance there. That one just disappeared, so that's no bueno. It is possible that even if I'm seeing it correctly, the distances are not right. And if I'm literally in the middle of the zone, it's confusing. Oh, but I can think of something that I could do that might help. Look here. Still didn't do the normalized thing, but then I would be inventing that anyhow. We've got a place around here somewhere where I update the text that we're looking at. That can show my location. Oh, is that in Node 3D? It is. Pff. Humph. Well, fine. Don't need to use that. Let's make that be part of player. I'm going to have to update that a little bit, but still. Do not need to do that. All I need to do is access Camera 3D directly. Okay, maybe not. Or maybe it's just... How do we go about doing this? How did I go about doing it in bot? Yeah, get node is what that is. So get node. That's not correct, but we'll see whether we can bring it up to speed. That's part of camera 3D. And then this is what we do with it. No two dots, please. Boom. So if it still says uniqueosity, it worked. It did not work. Interesting. Also, player isn't running. Neat. Okay. I think that means I actually don't even get to hit escape because that part didn't run. So now I gotta quit out of there, which I think probably just... No, it didn't quit. It was fine. So that didn't work. Probably because oh, hang on. I can stack these up a bit. Let's go see what this stack looks like. Player. So it's on camera 3D, which makes sense. Okay, we're trying to get a label 3D node. This should be the path from this. Also, do I even do this with the quotes like that? Well, how did I do it in bot? No, that seems about right. So get node, also get node. Try it again, see if it works better this time. It'll say uniqueosity if that worked. Hey! And since it ran, I get to have the controls, so that's nice. Position is a vector 3 to string. Voila, let's see what it says. Hey, I'm at 0.50. Oh, this is getting unmanageable. Okay, here we are sort of in the middle of things. Now I'm at 253, 55, 98. That is not easy to see. Also, this is weird because now I'm backing away from it, but it says that I am making this number go smaller. Haha. So if I approach this area just right, then they all start appearing. Yeah, that's definitely screwed up, but we're kind of on the right track, maybe? I'm wondering a number of things. One of the things that I'm wondering is whether in bot I can also track the distance from the player, because I would like to make an experiment even without all of this other stuff going on. Mind you, I can't shut it off at the moment, but so if x One of the things I could do is, rather than bothering with all this, we'll straight up comment it all out and then just look at what happens one at a time in relation to, see, now we're setting actual R and only actual R. And X corresponds to, R corresponds to position X. So, in theory, these now only get offset on one plane. And I am so near 0, 0 that it's not even funny. So, 128. Here is the direction of X. Okay, if I moved along X forwards, I went through that change without seeing anything alter. So if I am on the X plane here, we see some guys behind me, and then this direction should be X. If I am, oh, and I know what's happening. The reason they're flickering like that is because they're only updating at the speed of physics model. Interesting. If I go past there, all of a sudden they are appearing in the distance because the ones that would be behind me have disappeared. Now they are ahead of me. And if I keep going forwards along this line, 256, and then scroll through again, now I'm on the opposite side. So maybe it needs to be watching for what direction I'm pointing. Because you see here, I back up. They've all ported to being in front of me. Now if I move forwards, nothing had to move or change at all. But then if I continue to go forwards past 127, they all appear again. But then if I go backwards across negative 127, everybody is now appearing behind me. So maybe all that actually matters here is what direction I'm facing. Wouldn't that be interesting? What happens then? We are offsetting everything relative to, so positioned, honestly, that shouldn't matter. It should only care about what direction I'm facing. That's a little challenging, but maybe this can update faster. We're only updating one thing. In theory, I should be able to pivot around and constantly have stuff visible to me. So how am I going to go about doing that? Oh, also it is for, I can throw another log on the fire, but I'm going to thaw out my tacos. today of all days, I get to have my tacos in a timely fashion, unless I don't want to. But I'll be good. I'll want to. That said, this is some fun stuff, honestly. I wonder to what extent my field of view matters with this. Because it should be always about the same. It's lovely and warm, I'll say that. This is not a freezing, chilly Thanksgiving for Chris of Airwindows. Oh, and I was gonna, taco making. Starting to get dark here. Here we go. Taco cheese thawing out. Oven's warming up. Hey, Bushwicks. Yeah, right now I'm trying to do a video game. And, okay, if I'm not in here, I don't have access to these, but that's okay. I was only reusing them anyway. So, let's maybe grab these. Put them where I can get at them. And we'll call that B, we'll call that Z. Here we go. We probably don't need to care about player position at all. So all of that can straight up go away. But we're going to need to access some other things. Is this a global target point? I don't think it is. Is it? It is. Okay. I can use target point in different places and it'll be just fine. So now this needs to move elsewhere, but if I leave it the way it is right now, what that means is I will get to see the thing update slower because it's only running at the rate of physics process rather than running at full frame rate. Now, it may be that I won't want it to update at full speed either, but if I do it this way, I do actually get to see it move more slowly. So it's not going to be where player position at all. So we're going to be using that or this. Rotation X. And I may actually find some use to this. Might be a little cumbersome, but also if I make this work perfectly, but it's cumbersome, I don't have to update every single one of these every frame. What I could do is update these positions as needed. So it might take a few frames, but it doesn't have to wait as long as the full physics process. In fact, I could take physics counter and do a modulus function on that, and that'll just iterate through a series of things. And we're going to want a, let's see, I'm beginning to see this coming together. Vector 3, forward, back, down, up, stuff like that. Except for some of this is not actually working. Oh, because I can't convert type float to bool. Okay, well, let's leave that being broken for a moment and just write something else. Like, for instance, something like this. Is that still a thing? That should be something. It's larger than what? So if I do a series of these and pick out the positions just right, it should work. Except for I do not know what angle 2 needs to be. But then I can find that out. I can find that out. For backward. Okay, let's not have for backward. Here's another vector, player rotation. So we're tracking the, oh wait, it's going to need to be less, isn't it? Yeah, we want the angle 2 to be less, and then we hopefully don't have them overlap, but you know what? They can overlap if they end up placing these things at a sort of diagonal. This could solve the problem of needing to place them in a diagonal. So one of those, we will assign actual to 0. And then we'll just repeat this a couple of times. Equal to, oh, I've got caps lock on, don't mind me. Actual G, and then for back left, right, up, down. So the question very much is that even correct? Or do I have all the axes completely wrong? But the great thing about it is I can just try it. And if I get the numbers right, it'll even work. So it'll be 0, and then I yeet all of these things to various things, and the vector is always going to have to be at least something. But the angle is going to always have to be at least something. Let's see what this made. Give it a little save. Let's see what this made. It'll probably run. Okay, so I see I have him appearing over here. Have him appearing over there. Oh, those are phantoms. 183. Here's 121. I'm very close to an edge. Which direction do I go for that middle one to be? Is that an up? It is. I could default to this position. That would be more convenient. Okay, they are all appearing behind me, presumably. You know what? I am going to default to that position. Node 3, player CS. How do we instantiate player? Player starts up with reset, so ready. And okay, now let's see if that actually worked. If so, it's going to be a little easier to deal with. Absolutely it did. So it looks a little bit like I am looking at... Somebody bumped me. They're always appearing behind me and disappearing in front of me. I'm supposed to be able to look in a direction and oh my God, okay. There they are. And there they are not. So I am halfway across, but this is not actually doing what it's supposed to. But if I look this direction, it's fine. In fact, it looks like a sort of giant space area. See, so I can go in this way, and it is actually popping into existence, but it's not following the rules properly. Okay, there's a start. Back to bot. So which one of these needs to be updated based on what? Well, one thing we can do is they can all be just a little tiny bit updated. But then I check to see, like, okay, so angle. Is this even an appropriate angle, I wonder? 90 degrees do for this? Let's go to this and see what we're looking at. So if I go to Node 3D, this is showing me how some of these things work. So if I'm looking up, then Y should be positive. If I'm looking down, Y should be negative. So that tells me something. Up, down. That's going to be G I update. G and G. I think that might even be correct. Let's find out. And now if I'm not pointing in the right direction, they do this. Okay, it doesn't look like they're appearing up there. We still got a whole bunch of them down here. And no angle is causing them to stack up in the way I was talking about. Remember how I said offset by 2? Well, what that means is and we'll see whether this does it. So if the angle to up or down isn't big enough, it's not going to put in these parameters. It's going to snap to whatever cardinal point it needs to go to. But if I don't have enough of an amount, actual R, G, and B are going to be, let's make them 1. That's exactly far off enough that the colliders won't hit, but it'll make them all line up in little sort of diagonal double guys. See, so vertical, down. Yeah, these angles are always not enough. It's in radians. So I don't know what the radians are meant to be. However, what I can do is keep reducing it. And we'll see what 0.1 does, because now it needs to be actually pegged to 0.1 to offset the way that I'm talking about. And there we go. So now we are not within the angle that's needed. So nothing's offset at all. But, oh, and look at that. We're pointing up, but it's not offsetting. We're pointing down, but it's not offsetting. Interesting. So what direction do we point? This direction. You know what? I don't need to know where I am now. I need to know what direction I'm pointing. Where's player? Player, you need to give me different information now. Thank you. Position. Here we go. Rotation. Let's see what these numbers actually are. Firstly, what's this? This is, okay, the pivot is one thing. It is this first part of rotation, so it's going to be x as 1.57 or indeed negative 1.57. So that's a start. That's enough to start with. So that means I'm looking at player. I need to be looking at this. That means vector of up or down is not actually telling me what I need to know. Interesting. Well, which one is it then? I'm assuming they're going to be opposites. I'm also assuming that y is up and down because that's what it looked like it was. And we're going to find out what up with that. So now we are not offset at all, but then when we vertical, nope. Maybe I simply don't have the numbers logged in. So angle 2, that should be a small number, but so 1.57, a factor of pi. So if angle 2 of these things, let's call it half of that. .7 is what I'm looking for, roughly. Actually, that says 785, so we'll run with that. And we're going to try left and right. Oh, interesting. Oh, no, not that. Okay, so they're locked when they are not offset in the direction I'm looking. What happens now? Lovely. Okay. So that apparently won't, or perhaps not. Also, this is going all the way up to 3.1415, so that's a bit of a problem. And looking straight down, well, we can get there, but that's not actually, see, my rotation is affecting it, so that's no good. What if, since I'm referring to that, let's just print the result of this. Player. And rotation angle 2. String up. Okay, this is what I'm trying to measure from. So this should at least be a good start. It'll at least show me where I'm at relative to up. Up is clearly not what I thought it was. So that's clearly not the one we're talking about. That's more of a side-to-side thing. Let's go and find which one up is. Also be interesting to work out, see, input mouse mode, linear velocity, whatever, rotation. Yep, so I am setting rotation directly. So I should be able to read angle 2 directly. Let's see which one of these is which. Wild, okay. That does not exist. Wild. We're not doing anything with this one. Front is always front. Maybe I'm on the wrong track here? Interesting. Okay, so forward apparently is this number that's being set to 0 all the time. All of this is still basically, so in that case, what if we try angle to down? What's going to give me the looking straight up or not? No, that's still a pivot. It's still rotating merrily away. So I need to operate on a different basis somehow. Something about this. Something about this is producing a problem. And that's why it's not working. So I should think vector 3 is what I wanted, but parent space. So how about well, that should be a rotation. Basis matrix y vector. Let's see what happens if we do it like this. I'm going to get some kind of number. Oh, it's still responding to the rotation, and it's not responding to whether I'm pointing in a direction or not. This is interesting. It's not that different from what I'm trying to do. Basis of the transform, rotation angle 2. Like ideally I will be, well, what if we don't use rotation at all? No, it doesn't like that. How about global rotation? What do we get if we do that? At some point I need to get something where if I do angle 2 up and a point up, that becomes 0, because the angle 2 pointing up would be 0. We've not got there yet. And this still very much is not that. Although now it's acting like I have it reversed. What's up with this? I'm only displaying things. I haven't actually made it do anything else. Well, if we just reverse it, then what? I don't know why. Okay, wakey wakey. That looks to be roughly what I wanted to see happen. Oh, no, it was just an accident. See, I rotate and they all go away. Then I rotate enough and they come back, and then they go away again. So it wants to be this side up. So this is all relative to some rotation somewhere. So I've got to rotate player somehow in order to get something that'll work. And I believe we can ignore that for the moment. Return to player and try to figure out how to turn this into something. I do also have look rot X and look rot I floating around. Those are what the camera is being run from. So technically, we could simply try to use those. Alrighty. Look, Rodex to string. What's this number? Is this the number I need? That's positive 157. It is 0, and it is negative 157. But it is not subject to getting screwed up in this way. So technically, there may be a way of making that work. That said, that's not a public variable. Also, I don't know why rotation X isn't giving me that. Surely rotation new vector 3 should be X, Y, and 0. And yet, can I get access to... Let me clear that one out. Oh, nope, can't do that. That's not a public thingy. Alrighty then. What do we have to do? How about I just deliver it straight to string and see what we get? What are we looking at when we look in directions? What do these three vectors actually mean? Okay, we started out at 0, 0, 0. If we look straight up, X should be 1.57 and stay there. Interesting. and X should be negative. And this other one does in fact rotate between 0 and 3. 1, 2, and then it'll wrap to negative 3. Negative 3, and then negative pi and regular pi intersect each other. So an absolute value is in order there. So we should be able to get rotation x So is that going to go to 157, or is that going to act weird again? No? And it's not changing. So maybe the deal here is I just read it directly. Where player rotation, and there is no such thing as angle 2, I just got to work with the numbers directly. X like that. And like that. So less than negative that, or larger than positive that. And that's where we snap that, and let's see whether it worked or whether we got it wrong somehow. Up. Lovely. That's where they're supposed to be. Then down. And that's where they're supposed to be. They are appearing exactly where they're supposed to be and not winking out of existence. So technically all I got to do is offset each of these by whatever angle I'm looking at. And how steeply down do I have to look in order to make that kick in? Ooh, I think I should make it go a little farther than that. We'll see, one thing at a time. Angles, 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 angles. Equals 0. I'll try to call it 1.0, and it has to be f. There we go. There we go. There we go. And now these get similar updates. So G, that does seem to be about right. So next, let's try to do these. These are all going to be the y-axis, but in finely controlled amounts. And the angle 2 proves unnecessary. Oh. Didn't need that either. let's see. Bada boom. Now let's see if one of our polarities is actually working, because that's going to be roughly about the same kind of deal. It's just a question of, do I have it on the right axis and point in the right direction? Well, there's 0. Oh, wait, I'm only looking at the vertical. I'm only looking at the vertical. I got to go back to player and show rotation Y, because that's what I'm currently measuring. Boom. Let's see what we got. That is 0. That's one of the things that I'm measuring, but it is not showing me what I wanted. And here's pi. It also is not. But do I have it literally sideways on? Yes. I have it literally sideways on. So what that means, since it's literally sideways on, is it is not actually R. Like G was vertical. It's not going to be R, so it's going to be B, process of elimination. I don't know whether the polarity is correct. And no. Either it's going to work perfectly or it is going to be opposite. Signs point to opposite. This has to override the other one. That's fine. That can be done. And I think this might straighten it out. Also, we can pull back that viewing angle a little bit, I think. Okay, pointing towards 0. That looks about right. Pointing towards pi. That also looks about... Well, no, it doesn't now. Oh, that's because it's a narrow vertical band. That's why. In theory, I should be able to make this overlap so that they start appearing way the heck off in the distance over there, sort of in the corner. Ups and downs are still working reasonably well. that nuts. Oh, look at that. So here's a concern. This needs to be the absolute value. Look, it's great if it's positive, but if I swip over to the negative, all of a sudden, we're gone. Boom. I knew that was the case. I just didn't think of it. So I believe that does need to be absolute. Oh, come on. You know what I was trying to do. Don't make that vanish. Oh. Oops. Let's keep trying this until it works. It's coming along nicely. Actually, I can simply copy and paste that. It's the same thing. Alrighty. Now let's give it a try. That would have been screwing it up in every way. Okay. Facing away. Lovely, that looks correct. Nothing halfway on. And that still looks correct. Also, the numbers we're dealing with, I'm thinking the angles are going to look more like 1.5. I've actually not got it set up correctly. I may have it a little much, but we'll figure that out after we do the second one. So, the final vector, not G, not B, so this one's R. And this one is going to be well, I can't use an absolute value. But I can add and subtract, I think. So one of them is going to be positive, one of them is going to be negative. And we will, let's see. And I probably also need to use it as absolute. Oh, not so fast. I'm assuming it's going to be an absolute there. I may have that completely wrong, but I should at least be able to see by a little exploring. Okay, that overrode the other one. Again, that's what I was talking about. It puts everything in the corner. But it is not working at that angle. Working pretty well on the corners though, but we're not able to, it's not filling in this area. So, one of these is, maybe I need to reverse the polarity of this. It looked kind of opposite-y. It would be R. I'm looking to have everything offset in the directions I'm looking to have them offset in. So now what do we got? Well, now we can't see anything in this direction because it's getting overridden. But then if we look to that's one quadrant, that's the other quadrant, we can't do both. And then if we do positive, we've pretty much got neither, but the negative one is kind of sort of working. We can make them go up to there. It's just that the overlap is not working. So let's see, if we are negative, math absolute value where do I need to add or subtract these things? Also, if I'm using that, why don't I just call it viewing angle? Then I can make it overlap more nicely. Maybe I don't even want absolute value on this one. Hang on. Let's just do it up mathematically. Having it be absolute value is forcing both those to be the same, but it matters that one of them is negative and one of them is positive. So if it is a negative rotation and it's plus viewing angle, that gets it to be in the zone. If it is a positive and it's negative viewing angle, then that gets it to be in another zone. Do we in fact have it trying to do the right thing? Or do I need to flip the phase again? Okay, that's not great. It is, however, at least forcing everything off into the great distance there. Now, how about this one? The negative. Okay. Moderately negative, they are showing up. I think I might very well have a situation where I just need to reduce viewing angle. So what do we get? Well, if I use the square root of it, it would be 1.2529. Uh, 964. I don't know why that would be the magical special number, but we can find out. Signs point to this is not fixed yet. I'm not able to get it to show up straight ahead. It's still overlapping. Although that's better. See, over here, and over here, and over here, and over here. Ah, but no, there it is. You know, this is good enough to throw it in the main event loop. Let's see what we got. Except for we only define actual up here. That's fine. We'll figure it out. Boop, and now we have to define it. Nope, that lives inside a loop in physics counter. Or wait, no, does it? It does. Yeah, that's living inside the if statement there. It no longer matters that it's called RGB. I may very well want to update that. That should do fine, and now we got to update the things. B, B, and B, G, and lastly R. Okay, this is probably going to run. Let's see what it looks like when it does. These are not appearing as quickly as I would like, and some of it is not exactly copacetic. Some of the angles seem cool, though. Ooh, and it is 5. Technically, this is time for me to go and have Thanksgiving dinner, which is tacos. Which I really should. I really should. Let's assume that that viewing angle is not correct. Well, thank you. You can do 4 films. Well, let's see if I can force it to be something more useful. I only get so many vectors to use. .785. F. So what I'm looking to find out is, do I have a situation I do have blank areas there right around exactly 0, and that seems, oh, look at there. So that blinked in and out of existence. Vertical is not showing up. Interesting. Yeah, that's weird. We have another funny little situation where it cares about the absolute value again, doesn't it? It absolutely does. That's what an absolute value is for. I guess maybe what we do is we abs that as well. And maybe that'll be correct. A fairly simple change. Nope. We've got an appeary disappeary situation. There's another one. See, my concern there is that it's appearing and disappearing as I pan past that little zone. Although, looks a lot like it's trying to place them closer to up high. Oh, and I got to a zone where nothing is registering at all. Okay, got to a vertical position, but only if I don't rotate. use of force. So these need to be more or less exclusive. Let's see whether we're anywhere near making that happen. Boy, it needs to be literally just straight up to be able to see that. Slightly off and it's not working. Sensitive. It's able to do it, but only when absolutely pegged. That's weird. But maybe I'm using the wrong number. I bet I'm using the wrong number. It's never going to be more than that. It's going to be viewing angle. Let's see if that's any better. Hey, Quiet Kid. I'm working on not having my tacos for dinner. Okay, right on. This is not perfect, but it's better than nothing. I'm having a missing spot here. And here is the big problem, is I keep... Why would it be flicking on and off like that? That's clearly wrong. Not only that, it does it also this corner. So negative 156 is fine, and then a little bit more, and it's no good. In fact, I lost contact for this entire rotation. Wow. And then it shows back up again around here. Oh, wait, I have a better idea. This subtract needs to be 1.57. There's no point in having that be viewing angle. That makes no sense at all. That has to be pi. Okay, so that offset, I do not know whether that's actually going to help. Ooh. But that should make it be better absolute value. Now what do we got? Okay, looking up, we're good. Looking down, we're good. Got some missing spots here. So negative pi seems pretty good. Forward is reasonable. And I may simply have this reversed. It looks like it's not actually, they're coming in behind me. And then negative. Yeah, and then I have not registering whatsoever. So interesting. That is the sign of nothing being done with these guys. So negative. That would, I guess, need to be negative minus. Let's see if that helps it out any. Okay, so forward's fine. Backwards fine. Negative fine, and positive fine. But our viewing angle does not extend to the corners. We are now set up for axial proportions. So if we point up into the corner, it doesn't actually do it, in part because I'm overriding it with the vertical one. Now what do we got? Yep, lots. Gap. So they do appear when I am racing in their direction. There's probably ways of doing this a wee bit better, but I'm doing it with literally only one ringer in the direction I'm aiming. Let's go in search of, how about these guys? Okay, my original idea of making all of the cardinal points be supported is not bad. Maybe I can optimize it a little bit more than this. That said, go in a direction and stuff appears. In fact, it's working so nicely, let's bump up the numbers a bit. Probably don't need to run this every frame. So if I didn't run it every frame, what I could do is run it If physics counter equals 2, for instance. Or 10. Or a modulus value would work pretty good. There. Let's just run this not all of the time. And we'll check to have it be 2. See, in this way we're interleaving them a little bit. So sometimes it runs, but it probably doesn't run when brain runs. Let's see if it still operates. I kind of flew outside the realm of space there for a moment. There's areas that I cannot go. Maybe I could fill that in with like giant asteroids or something. This is not great. This is what I was trying to make not happen. See, here we are on one side of the world, and here we are on another. It's supposed to be able to show these guys over here, but maybe some of that is just a matter of me having this be too tightly tied to what direction I'm pointing, because I revised the whole thing on the basis of what direction am I pointing. So here's where stuff gets busy, and then I'm going to go and have tacos. It is Thanksgiving. I get to have food rather than just only work. Okay, I made too many bots. We're not getting frames. Let's dial it back. Double the number I had. It's going from 10 to 8. Well, that's a lot. Up we go. Yeah, not enough frames. Okay, well, I was at 4, so if I went to 6, it's going to be a fairly large number. So one of the things I could do here is see how much of this is the fact that these are not levellet detailed. So observe. And this would be something that gets updated very slowly also. But Mesh Instance 3D, radial segments 16, 8, another mesh instance, radial segments, let's see, where'd it go? Come on, I saw where you were at before. Come on. Mesh. There we go. So there is, I don't know why that updated on me. I didn't mean to change it. 8. And 4. Has that gone to 8 and 4? Yes, it has. These are the same. Weird. But okay. I would think it would be more useful to have it be, I guess it's because it loaded its own. Do I get to make this be a unique item? I do not know, but now they are all 8 and 4 rather than lots and lots of polys. So if this works and can be updated on the fly to have a unique mesh count as well as texture, then 8 looks like, okay, so it's the physics engine that's really doing it. So there's lots of little guys over there. Too many, arguably. So it was the physics engine. What would happen if I just made them all go to sleep? Or we don't care about this one, so maybe it needs to go to sleep. Well, I've got that as disabled. Don't think we have anything too strenuous in there. Okay, we don't tell these to go to sleep. And this one, the collision shape gets to be, well, maybe not. Let's see what happens if it's not. But then this, tell it to be asleep. Now do we get frame rate? No physics engine for you. I don't think it was the mesh at all. I think it was the physics engine. So what I need to do is sleep them when they are far enough away from me. That means I can make the mesh be a little bit more funky than that. Oh, what the hey. Nice and round looking. They both ended up being exactly the same. Fine. So here's where you tell the physics engine to go to sleep. Here's the override. Here's the physics counter. It will continue to follow its path regardless. Also, I can make it pump it up a bit. There's the, I'm going to have a look at this stuff here later. But let's see, where player? Oh wait, did you not like that? Oh, it needs to be capitalized? I bet that's what it is. So we are interacting directly with the rigid body, which this is. So sleeping. Well, hang on though. Will not move? Well, linear velocity is updating anyway. Hang on, do I even need the brackets? Each of these are one statement. It may not like my syntax, but that should, in theory, at least work. So position is less than, no, greater than. So now we see whether they just freeze up, although they run much faster, if they're way the heck off in the distance. Okay, sleeping, not great. However, we can only apply it to things that are really far away. So the speck's off in the distance, like this green fellow over here. Froze. I don't like the way those are blinking in and out of existence, but I have only myself to blame. I did it that way. And now that I've paused the physics engine, I do wonder whether I can do something other than just sleep it. Let's bump that up some. Now that a bunch of them are asleep, maybe I can get really silly numbers going. Kind of. It's still real framey. Yeah, too many guys. They need to have less objects, I think. I mean, I don't even have any other devices around here either. That said, 4 is about 1,000 of these bots. So there is that. That is at least a fairly good number. I just want to look and see if I can do something about collision or some way that isn't sleeping them. Only rigid body can sleep. Yeah, so my question becomes, can I make it not... Well, actually, they're not colliding anyway, so it doesn't matter. We do not want the pricey stuff here. Well, I'm not using gravity, I'm not using damping. What happens if I set that? No, continuous. I will be wanting signals, but not necessarily unless they're very close by. So contact monitoring. So if I set this, do they move? Save. I promise I'll go and have tacos before 6. Maybe just before 6. No sleep. Tell Hammersmith. Okay, continuous integration. Okay. Everything is eagerly moving to somewhere. Does that mean I can ram them? Looks like it. Ooh, everything vanishes in certain angles. That's not great. I want it to look more like this. And we want to have lots of asteroids and things flying about. Maybe I'll just need to fill in a few more of the objects and then have it not be nearly as fussy. Bunk. Okay, those should be sitting still. Oh, except for they're so close to the edge that they just vanish. I don't know if that responded to a collision. Blasting through space. If I hit any of the bots at this rate, I'm really going to slam them. Ba-doom. Hitting the brakes. So there needs to be lots of asteroids and things, and you're wandering around querying all these guys, like, where should I go, where should I go? And then you're flying around in various places. Okay, so that kind of worked, but it kind of didn't. So what did I just set and then reset? Custom integrator. We can turn that on and off. Everything's still moved. That. Hey, Unfa. Hey, you just caught me almost ready to go and have Thanksgiving dinner, which is tacos, as it always is for me on Tuesday and Thursday, but I'm making a video game in Godot. You're supposed to fly around with these beeping, don't have beeping yet, flashing globes that I call bots. They're like little lights, and you're eventually going to be able to go around, fire like little glowy zaps at them, and then if they've seen one that looks like you, they will fire zaps in turn in the direction of where it thinks you should go. Oh, did I just go literally through that guy? I thought that custom integration was on. Oh, no, there it goes. Stuff isn't showing up the way that I would like because I am trying to fake it to have it look like there's way more of these than there actually are. There's not, but I'm having them appear behind the main set in a world that is kind of a continually 3D thing. So you can keep going in a direction, and space is actually a 3D box where you're just teleporting. As it's a lot like the old Asteroids game, you know, where you're flying around in that, And let me see. I could probably throw something in just to show you, because it's been a while since I've seen you, Unfa. I'm glad that you dropped by. So add child node. Yeah. So we can add a mesh on that. And we'll give it like, I don't know, a prism, a plane, cylinder. Oh, let's do a giant cylinder. Then, let's see. And then we'll give it a standard material. And we will assign it one of my textures. Maybe from here, so some cool looking thing. And I don't have any lights, so what I need to do, since I'm doing this with shading and stuff, is make it be unshaded. Or like toon shaded or something, I don't know. And then we can also give it a collider. So let's see, what was the size of that then? 10, 10, and 100. Oh, hang on, no, that's different. That's not how that works at all. Okay. $110. And there we are. And I think I need to change it into a rigid body. So I forgot to make it be a rigid body, so we've got to change the type. Default physics material. Does not apply to gravity because we are in space. And now that I've saved that, oh, there is one concern about this though, which I can probably manage. So I'll move the transform. There, because that's about the size of the world. And now if I do that, here's all of our little flying dudes, but we have a giant cylinder. Thwam. So for now it is flying out of the world. And then if I go this direction, the size of the world is actually altering a little bit because that's not being made to wrap. So I'm always in a box that is like this big. If I fly towards it, you see how big the universe actually is, but it seems much bigger than that. And if I look around enough, I'll be able to find the crazy thing. Or maybe not. Maybe it went away. That would be strange. Yeah, my giant object disappeared. But yeah, that is about the size of it, as in huge. And if I wanted to make that do different things, I could. What I'm thinking of at this stage, now that I've got all these guys zipping around and doing their thing, is to make like asteroids of some kind, something interesting. And the textures were those textures were generated by an old Mac program that made desktop textures. That's how those work, is each of these things, it sits for a while and then it moves. They are all trying to go to a particular spot in space, which if I do it correctly, see, here's one. You're searching for one particular one. Terrain needs to be a little more interesting than that, but you're searching for a particular dude. And they're going to space, they're going to areas in space. Oh, that one just went off their range, but based on their texture is providing them a brain. So you can go to certain guys. Oh, no, I can't see them. Having things appear and not appear going off the edge of the world is posing a big problem. But yeah. Here's something more in the middle, so it's not going to be as much of a problem. So they blink whenever they move to the next texture stage. They're scanning through the texture, and that's telling them where to go. So if we hang around with this guy long enough, I do intend to, when they bump each other, they should synchronize position and then start going around together. I don't have that happening yet. Sometimes it looks a little bit like it's happening, but it's really not. And then each one has a whole other range of, each one has a sort of clone that is existing outside the bounding box of the universe. And so what I've done is I've tried to make them show in the direction that I'm looking. Like you're looking at one dude, and then off in the distance there's another dude that you can just barely see. That is just sort of farther away there. In fact, there's a thing that I could do that might be amusing, as long as we're dealing with all of this. And it's going to be in Godot on the player, which I should go to that scene, and then the camera, and then I got to see whether I have any fog, as I could fog that camera up. Or I could see what the, yeah, so some of that not going to actually work. In fact, I think I have a environment operating already. Here's camera attributes. Here's compositor. Now I don't remember what to do to get a distance fog effect, but I know that's something that you can do. So just before going and having my tacos, I mean, it's a holiday, I can keep hacking if I want, come on. Do a little, one of the reasons I'm doing this is just because it's fun doing it and showing other people. Like I always say, you can do this. So watch me go and then think of your own stuff to do and do that. Shouldn't care if it's C# though. Godot C#, distance fog. Okay, do I have an environment? World environment, add an environment to it, enable fog there. Well, I don't know if I have a world. No, I do. So this would be where to do it. This is my skybox. My skybox is, shall we say, very colorful. I don't know if I need a radiant size, though. Yeah, I'm trying to do that. It is actually, it's like being in a cube of Portal. It's exactly right. What the heck is a radiant size? More detailed the lighting from the sky will be. I do not need that. We don't have any lighting from the sky. Field of view. So this is amusing. 40.8. We can make it do that at high rates of speed. So that could be amusing. And then I do have a tone map. That's why the lighting is looking the way that it does. Don't yet have fog. Don't need volumetric fog. Wonder which one's better. Exponential or depth? Let's call it depth. Light color. It's a deep dark purple, like the background of the world that I am in. And then density needs to be one hell of a lot less than this. Or is that actually going to do anything? Okay, depth, I guess density didn't matter. Depth fog, we'll crank that up a little bit. See, I'm not able to see anything at this stage, but I know that is because I set it to be. Depth begin and depth end. So begin was too close. We'll say begin is 127. 256, and let's see if it does anything. Maybe just completely opaque at this stage. Yeah, that looks completely opaque at this stage, so not quite like this. No. The fog is blocking out the skybox. I was looking for the fog to be blocking out these guys, not the skybox. We like the skybox. But sky effect. Let's not affect the sky rendering at all. Boom, there we go. Pick a decent blend between various light colors. I don't think I need to care about sun scatter. We don't have any lights in the scene. That's how I have so many guys. Density. Depth fog. So maybe not as much of that. Height density does not matter. Depth curve, that's probably fine. And let's run it again and see what we got. And then I'm going to go and have tacos. So if I set it far enough away, you can't really see where the guys come into focus anymore. They're slightly fogged out, but you still can't see them coming in or not. So maybe what I do is back over to here, begin at 64, end at 128. And let's maybe make the make that black, and I'm not sure what that does. 0 is probably fine. And so now if I run it, distant stuff is properly distant, and it'll kind of come into focus there, but as it does, it's a little bit darkened. So all of that stuff is phantom, not really there. Because the real ones are here. But the idea is I can make them register as darker or more transparent. There are some neat tricks that I could do with them as well. And then get up to them, and they are fully visible. So yeah, we can play with all of these things all day long. You can have it start at 16, and at 64, I don't know where they're... Yeah, volumetric fog, that's not what we're going to... The rendering mode will support it, but that's not what I'm wanting. And the depth fog is a simple fog model. So I'm thinking that's not a thing that matters. Fog's brightness. I don't think it should have brightness. I have it black. Come on. And density, total density. Except for it will not actually obscure the skybox, because I have it not obscuring the skybox. So quick save and play with it some more. And then we're going to go and have tacos, because, oh, everything's a little too far away now, although that's kind of cool. Yeah, so what I need to do there is, first of all, approach these things. There we go. And second of all, the distance needs to be greater because my maximum density is literal black. So and can we, oh nice, we can play with the curve all kinds of ways. I'm not really quite sure what that does, but we'll find out. Doop-de-doo. The darkness is great. Arguably too great. that fog needs to lay off a little bit. Although I do say I do like the darkness of the really distant ones. Double that darkness again. Let's alter the begin. Wonder if the depth curve just needs to be normal. No light energy, it's not actually applying anything, so technically that means I could have it be a purple color, but we won't see it. It could be a bright, intense purple color, and we still won't see it. That's my guess. Anyhow, we'll find out. Light energy should produce that. We have no light, so that doesn't matter. Boop-de-boop-de-boop. Oh, are we not running? Foolish thing. I will run it from Writer, which seems to be better at not putting the window behind Godot. Okay, love it. No notes. The other things are sort of appearing and disappearing, but since they're so foggy anyway, it doesn't matter. Anybody that you are interested in approaching, you can do. I like this fellow. It was wandering around. So the idea is you're looking for one that is matching your texture, which you cannot see. So that you shoot little zaps at them, and then if they've seen something like you, they shoot little zaps in turn in the direction that you're looking. Or the direction that you should go in. There's a catch. The catch is that they, let's see, we'll do that. The catch is that they will tell you where they saw something that looked like you last. I have a whole game made in Unity that runs this way. Ooh, very pretty. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Up we go into space. I would really like for these to not just appear and disappear like this, but I feel like maybe I need to cut down the number of these guys, but have more duplicates of them. And if I do that, then I can probably make it work. Originally, I was going to have 26 instances of each guy in every cardinal direction. Hey, Unfa, you can drop by this chat anytime you like. I'm not always fooling around with Godot, but when I am, it's amusing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save until later the idea of having that background go to a different depth of field if I zoom forwards really fast. Because I can zoom forwards really fast. Like if we really haul, then we can get a lot of speed. And so I could make the background turn into that streaky looking thing. And then hit the brakes. Now we are no longer doing the streaky looking. We're just chasing this colorful ball, which is changing directions constantly. Well, this one's going to be a little more stable because it's a more consistent color. But yeah, my hope was to have this and like a bunch of big spaceships or asteroids or something, and not necessarily as many of these bots as there are. But the idea is you're wandering around looking for a particular one. And so it's almost like a bit of a 3D spacefaring puzzle game. I do have the Unity version. It just was not terribly popular. Oh, I have gone past the realms of the universe. It was not terribly popular because it was on a big weird grid and you couldn't actually stream it because it didn't look right when you did. And yeah, there was challenges, but I did my best with it. Yeah, warp drive effects. Shall we try to do warp drive effects? Man, my dinner is still going to be there once I finally get to it. But like, it's been a while since I've seen you on FUZZ, so I'm like, yeah, let's do the warp drive effects. How do we do that? Well, we do that like this. Node 3D, world environment. Don't have to worry about fog. Sky material. Doesn't need to look at sky material. Or maybe it does. Hang on. Yeah, it does, because I'm looking at the skybox. So sky custom FOV in world environment. Alrighty, so physics process. This is a fine place to update that. And not quite. So I wonder if I am in player, so I think I need to do this. Or this. It doesn't know what it's doing, sadly. Oh, maybe it does. Environment. Yeah, this is the stuff. So environment. Oh no, we're back in player. Hang on. World environment, custom FOV, sky custom FOV. Actually, hang on a moment. Camera is part of player. I don't have to go to world environment at all. Not a bit of it. But I will have to do camera 3D. Oh no, hang on, wait a minute. No, I need to do this and world environment. I stand corrected. Boom. Got it. So if we do this, we'll immediately something, and I don't know exactly what. Actually, no, it just failed to work. That's all. We don't have that working, so quit out of there. I bet it just didn't find it because I wasn't actually looking in the right place. We're in player. So we need to go down to the parent, which is Node 3D, and then back up to world environment. Well, I mean, let me see if I can do it while you wait. We can but try. So this is the one that just didn't work last time I tried it. But what I could do is we'll make it at least 40 so it doesn't freak out or break if I assign it 0. So there's a start, although I should also do the FOV for the camera also, but what I'm thinking is that needs to not be as linear. So we multiply it by itself. Or multiply it by itself lots. Or multiply the bit that we added something to. And then we can also clamp it. Hang on. Why do you know? I bet it's because it needs to be capitals. There we go. Or do we? Oh, hang on. That's a double. How about if it's a float? No? Never mind. My problems began when I started doing math. Oh, stop that. Help, Wilma, the crazy thing. Okay. Did it work before? Convert double to float. How about if that's a float? No. So math pow, that's a double. If everything is a double, is it happy? No. Okay, well, if we want to be power of 2, let's just multiply it directly and be done with it. There, see, we can do that, and then this is going to be more aggressive because I am not clamping it now. Here's your warp speed. That's a little crazy. That's because you can only go up to 180. So what we can do is make it a lot gentler. And maybe we can do math max. Oh, looky there. 180 degrees is the crazy warpness. So now let's see what we got. Okay, I'm still zoomed in a little bit too much. I'm not moving yet, but... Oh no, it became upset and got confused. Yeah, it's not max I want, it's min. Also, 180 might not be the number. Let's find out how far it goes. Here we are in normalcy, and we take off and go whoosh. Up, it went faster than it needed to. What's this number, I wonder? That's definitely the zone. So it went past, so maybe 90. Maybe a field of view of 90 is what it wants. Also, we can slow it down even more. Make that be the magic number of life, the universe, and everything. And let's also play with the field of view of the camera at the same time. So let's see, player. I don't know what I was thinking. Camera 3D. Okay, that's something, it's just not what I want. So if this was exactly the same as the camera, what would happen is something like this, and then we can tweak it as needed. Off we go. Ooh, wait, it doesn't like that. That's a type which is not valid in the given context. That's because I didn't actually... Yeah, that didn't even run. It needs to be in quotes. There we go. So it knew all the FUV stuff because of the camera 3D here, but then it didn't know where to find it. Now let's see if it works. And faster we go. Warp speed. Oh wow, we have we have caused those words to go into warp speed as well. That's not anticipated. Hit the brakes. Let's make it so that we don't hit the brakes as roughly. Brakes space this equals times like 0.99 or something. Brakes far too effective. Hey. And we can make this 4 times as effective as the main one. And we can make the main camera like 38, because it doesn't actually have to be the same as the world environment FOV. It just has to look cool. Now let's see what we've got as far as looking cool. And test words, maybe not that great. I'm not sure if I want the camera for the bots to get that squished. Let's see what it looks like to chase some of these guys. That's the idea. Not trivial. I have an idea for making this be a little bit different. Namely, let's not multiply this linear velocity by itself, but this one we do. And then make it a little bit closer to the other one to start off with. And now let's see what it looks like. Warp engage, whee! I think I need to let it go a little farther because we are clearly not going into full warp yet. 180 was too much, but 90 is not enough. 120. We'll clamp both of them to 120 and see what our rocket takeoff thing is. And then I'm definitely going to have dinner at some point, I tell you. Blast off! Okay. $160. Ooh. Hang on a sec. This is going to be relative to this number. So what was that? That was 120 plus 46. So what's 180 minus 46 then? That'll probably get it. $134. Let's give it a shot. Let's see if 180 is the magic number. And then just for laughs, we will multiply this by itself even more. Since we weren't able to do a power function with it. Well, we're having a harder time hitting the brakes now, but probably because of this. Now let's see what we got. Also, this can go further. $140 and 40. But it doesn't kick in nearly as hard. Going to be fun when I have sound effects. Blast off! Into the warp. Emerging from the warp. Actually, I have to hit the brakes to do that, don't I? So what would happen to these guys if I did the same thing? Also, test words is clearly not being helpful. We do not need to have that doing that. We're losing warp capacity. We're going to get more warp capacity in a moment. One of these. Now that's the same formula. Let's see what it does to the bots. Okay, that's warp. There is no question that that is warp. There you go. It's also going to do the same thing with like asteroids and stuff in there. Only thing I would say is that it's kicking in too easily. And when I do that, these guys go away rather than coming towards. The end result is correct. So if this was half as much, and 130, 40, that's probably fine. This isn't actually on GitHub, believe it or not. So now if I book towards one of these guys, like for instance, I try to pursue this. Okay, I went past him. My speed was too great. Trying to make it so that if you target like this brightly colored thing and go zang. Okay, I just got lost then. Find something, chase it. It should be mushrooming up in your view rather than just vanishing off into the warp. That probably can be solved by simply taking away one of these. Let's find out. Off they go. I'm chasing this one. Okay. Not bad. Let's find one that's booking off somewhere and chase it. How about that guy? Ooh, this is down at the bottom of the world. Can't even see what's going on there. Up. This one. Chase this one. Get back here. There we go. And then across the universe. The harder you go, the more intense it gets. Yeah, fair. Fair and fair. I get that. So this will cause this to zoom in. I'm thinking to myself, what happens if I push this in the opposite direction? If this goes like 60 FOV and then 20. One of the challenges here is that we can do this, but then it doesn't really look like anything until it really picks up. And there we have super warp, and this is truly warp. But they kind of need to go together. And if they do, when you ramp up the speed, the thing you're pointing at rushes away from you, and that's a challenge. Reverse. 160 plus 20. Okay, my field of view is way more challenging now, but at the same time, it is a freaky looking experience charging after any of these things. Yeah, that's a little too far in that direction. So 30 and 50. And oh dear, it's like 7. Yeah. So we kind of got the warp. It's not working quite correctly, but it is still sort of like the warp. there are 2 of each, same amount, same destination. There, so we settled it down a little bit. Okay, so you don't need to do this, but you can if you want. I think I know what that needs. And it ain't linear velocity. Okay, so actually, it doesn't need that. Direction is already a transform basis. Direction is already a vector 3. So we can just have it warp out like a crazy thing. Ooh, it starts out very slow though. That's a bit of a concern. I think it starts out as 0. Can't do that. But this should work. Start at our normal acceleration. Okay, that's about as much as we need. Boom. And then you can multiply the vector 3 by a float. Now let's see if we take off into warp any better this time. Going a little bit faster. Chase this guy. Go off to the other side of the world and that can be a little more trigger happy, but it's pretty good. How about 10 times as trigger happy? And then I'm going and having my dinner. So that's difficult controlling, chasing these things. That's the trouble. That said, I've got that guy in my sights. Can ask it some questions. Okay, the controllability of this is lacking. For pointing straight down, it doesn't move. If you're pointing straight up, it does. And pointing to the side, you get various different results. So the control of this is not honestly working as well as it should. But, boom! Oh, I went so far, I went to where the bots actually are not. Yep, I went too fast. And I'm going to call that a day. That was enough. It's a bunch of weird silliness. Technically, we do not need this, but all the same, it's amusing. I'll figure out how to do this at some point. Alrighty. Well, you're quite welcome, Glass Earth Studios. I am busily working on some more. I need to go and have my dinner and get some rest because I've got more work to do tomorrow. Building stuff for this coming weekend. That should be good. And, yeah, I am glad that you're enjoying that stuff. Talk to you later. For them who are enjoying it, which clearly are not right now, but I'm going to be enjoying it soon enough, happy Thanksgiving. Talk to you later.